Testing, testing. Can everyone hear me? We are live, South Central Washington, and awaiting storm development. Hopefully stream is okay. Just testing the latency there. Hopefully everything sounds okay. All right, what you're looking at there is Mount St. Helens, and yeah, so that'd be awesome to get a nice supercell with that in the background. We're just awaiting storm development here in Chehalis. But yeah, there's been a couple little pop-up showers. That's just you know, just the early morning stuff. So far, nothing developed. There's some cumulus to my east, and you can kind of see that on radar. But that's not going to be anything there. Everything's going to pretty much come from the southwest. So I'm in good position here. Yeah, never thought you'd see St. Helens when chasing, huh? Neither did I. But that's it right there. Hopefully y'all can see that okay. But man, I'm in a good little valley right here. I went a little bit further south, and then it's just all trees, hard to see. So I'm just gonna hang out here. I think it's in a good area. I can go north if I need to. But yeah, hi, watching from WAwx. Awesome. Yeah, good to get back out here on the stream. Go ahead and share this. Pass along the word. Currently only chaser out here with a live stream. I know there's a couple other chasers, but yeah, I'm pretty happy with this location here. There's some cumulus fields a little bit to my southwest, as you can see over there, to the right of St. Helens. But yes, I would love to just get a supercell with St. Helens in the background. If you saw my image of the the thumbnail, that was me standing on top of Mount St. Helens with a storm right on top of it. So that was kind of crazy.
To 25 to 30 knots with gusts up to 40 knots in the afternoon. Seas 8 to 10 feet, building to 12 to 16 feet in the afternoon. Wave detail, south 11 feet at 9 seconds, west 3 feet at 12 seconds, and south 16 feet at 14 seconds. Rain. Thursday night, southeast winds 25 to 30 knots, veering to south 20 to 25 knots after midnight. Seas 15 to 19 feet. Wave detail, south 18 feet at 13 seconds. Rain. The 8 to 14 day outlook for Washington State for the period Thursday, April 3rd to Wednesday, April 9th, calls for below normal temperatures and above normal precipitation. The forecast for the Grays Harbor Bar combined seas 6 to 8 feet. Bar conditions moderate. Maximum ebb currents will occur around 15 p.m. Wednesday, 3:45 a.m. Thursday, and 4 p.m. Thursday.
Stream look okay? Everything sound okay?
Seattle, 1006. Wenatchee, 1008. Bellingham, 1007. Forks, 1003. Astoria, 1004. Portland, 1004. Freezing levels from early this morning. Forks, 10,300 feet. Spokane, not available. You're listening to NOAA Weather Radio Station WAwx M62 Olympia, serving the southwest Washington interior and broadcasting at a frequency of 162.475 megahertz. The current time is 1:26 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. Weather synopsis for western Washington. A strong storm system will lift a front across western Washington on Wednesday, bringing in a chance for widespread thunderstorms with severe thunderstorms possible.
Sounds good. I'm gonna have a
while
little lunch
maintaining
here.
unsettled
Brought a
conditions.
shake.
Active weather is favored to continue through the
And
period
just
with near normal
drink that.
temperatures. These are the 1 p.m. observations. It Forks, partly sunny, temperature 66 degrees, and humidity 67%. Wind east at 5 miles an hour. Pressure in millibars, 1,003.3 and falling. Port Angeles, partly sunny 51. Port Townsend, partly sunny 57. Bellingham, cloudy 51. Northwest wind 5 miles an hour. Friday Harbor, cloudy 55. Whidbey Island, partly sunny 51. Everett, cloudy 55. Bollingfield, cloudy 58. At SeaTac Airport, partly sunny. Temperature 55 degrees, dew point 50, and humidity 83%. Northwest wind 5 miles an hour. Pressure in millibars, 1,005.7 and falling. Bremerton, light rain 56. Gig Harbor, partly sunny 55. McCord Field, light rain 63. Shelton, cloudy 55. At Olympia,
Getting over a little
mostly sunny
sickness.
59 degrees and humidity 80%. Wind variable at 6 miles an hour. Pressure in millibars, 1,005.0 and falling. Chehalis, mostly sunny 64.
I wore some
Kelso,
pants
mostly
because
sunny 72.
it was kind of cold when I left, but now I'm regretting it. It's really warm.
Hoquiam, mostly sunny 61. Southeast wind 10 miles an hour. Astoria, sunny temperature 68 degrees. Stampede Pass, mostly sunny 52. Wenatchee, mostly sunny 62. Ellensburg, mostly sunny 68. Tacoma, mostly sunny 72. Moses Lake, sunny 72. And at Spokane, partly sunny 62. Inland water wind reports in knots, Smith Island, north 5. Point No Point, wind calm. West Point, wind calm. Alki Point, north 3. Point Robinson, northwest 4. The forecast for the southwest interior including Shelton, Olympia, Chehalis, and Toledo. Today, mostly cloudy with a chance of rain this morning, then partly sunny with a slight chance of rain.
Yeah, that is Mount St. Helens you're looking at. You can see kind of the blasted off top right about, let me get my, got to get back in chase mode. Man, I don't even have my pointer anymore, for those that remember. All right, here we go. So this right here is the area that the mountain blew off, all right here. I'll zoom in a little bit.
Miles an hour becoming south after midnight. Gusts up to 25 miles an hour. Thursday, rain likely in the morning, then rain in the afternoon. Highs in the 50s to lower 60s. South wind to 10 miles an hour with
But yeah, that's St. Helens, and my goal, the reason I'm hanging out here, is one, I have good data. Two, I have an open valley so I can see for a while. And three, I really want to supercell with St. Helens in the background. That's like a dream of mine. So I'd rather sit here and let that happen. But there's just cumulus fields. You can see a little bit of cumulus, so things are still cooking. Still have a ways to go before anything. Never thought I'd chase out here, but pretty cool.
Lows in the lower 40s. Monday through Tuesday, rain. Highs in the lower to mid 50s. Lows near 40. Chance of measurable precipitation.
Yeah, Mindy, lightning will definitely be prevalent on these storms, especially later on in the evening in the day. There will be lots of lightning, and that's probably the biggest danger with this is the amount of lightning these are going to do, because we haven't got a ton of wet weather out here. It's kind of dry. As you can see, these fields are dry. We haven't had tons of snowfall in the mountains, so could easily start some fires, so hopefully that doesn't happen.
Then rain after midnight. Lows in the lower to mid 40s. South wind 10 to 15 miles an hour becoming southeast after midnight.
Hey Tim, good to see you.
Gusts up to 30 miles
Yeah, been a long time. Back at it because this is my backyard now, and it's quite a ways to try and get to Tornado Alley. So I have to take a chasecation if that's ever going to happen. But as of now, this is kind of the best bet. Best risk I've seen out here in Washington since I've been out here. I believe it's the first time a 5% tornado risk area has happened in Western Washington. So I just figured, I was like, I can't pass that up.
Mostly cloudy with a chance of rain. Lows near 40. Highs in the upper 50s. Sunday night, rain likely.
Yeah, it's dry in a lot of areas currently. So hopefully we don't get lots of fires.
Monday night and Tuesday, rain.
Man, I got worried about my computer overheating. It's so warm out here.
Chance of measurable precipitation for Aberdeen. Today 80, tonight 100, and Thursday 100%. For information regarding current past weather, go to WAwx.
Feels like I'm out in the middle of summer. This is warm for Washington.
Real dash time / mountain passes. The forecast for the Cascades and Lewis counties today, mostly sunny. A slight chance of rain and snow late in the morning. A slight chance of thunderstorms and a chance of snow showers in the afternoon. A chance of showers late in the afternoon. Snow level near 9,000 feet. Tonight, showers, a chance of thunderstorms and showers in the evening, then rain and snow after midnight. Snow level near 8,500 feet, decreasing to 50.
Looks like all the chases are headed my way. Great.
Some thunderstorms may be severe in the evening. Rainfall amounts of ½ inch to 1 inch possible, except higher.
Hopefully they keep going south.
Thunderstorms.
I want my shot of my Rainier. My St. Helens with the storm.
Rain and snow in the morning, then rain and snow likely late in the morning.
So,
Rain and snow in the
as
afternoon.
some of y'all know, I got a backpacking
Level
channel.
500 feet.
I'm going to turn off the weather radio for a little bit.
To ½ inch possible. Snow.
I'll turn it back on when I'm driving or not talking as much, or when we actually get some weather. But I got a backpacking channel called Backcountry Renegade. So a lot of the updated gear I use is for that. So unfortunately, the camera gear, like my dash cam, I don't use a dash cam for backpacking, so I haven't upgraded that. So this is the best it's gonna get right now. But yeah, GoPros. I got, Insta360 sponsors me. Sent me a 360 camera and their new Ace Pro 2, so I have that out here I'm testing out. Also have a nice little Sony mirrorless camera, 4K footage, so have that. And then I have my DJI Air drone, so maybe get all those into use today, so we'll see. Since people send me gear, I gotta test it. So normally I test it backpacking, but I can say this is another use. So kind of a business expense here, or business write-off. I get to test some gear. Yeah, so unfortunately, like YouTube, as some of y'all who are familiar with Tornado Raiders, we were kind of one of the OGs when it came to live streaming, and started doing that, I think, 2000, like the year after Severe Studios started. We were with them, and definitely did a lot of streaming through that. And at the time, YouTube really wasn't a thing, so I never really did live streaming on that. I just did it all on Severe Studios. And then later on, a lot of you guys know me from TV and Weather, when their app went out, and that was really good. Kind of I teamed up with that plus Severe Studios, and that most exposure was through those things. But then YouTube really took off in the meantime, and I just focused on streaming on TV and Weather and Severe Studios. Never really built up a channel, and as a result, I didn't really get a lot of monetize through that, because YouTube really wasn't a thing back then. And once it started to become a thing and monetization was happening, I focused more on uploading my videos after I chased to YouTube for views. But live streaming never was really a thing till after, on YouTube at least, after El Reno. And after El Reno, that's where I kind of really dialed it back a bit, because almost died. So that wasn't the greatest. So dialed it back since then, and then YouTube really took off, and now there's a lot of new chasers who, I've never even heard of for a long time. Back then there were no names, and now they're like millions of subscribers, crazy with YouTube. So anyways, I miss the live stream bandwagon with that, on how people are building channels and stuff, but pretty cool to see how that's taken off. I think in hindsight it's a good thing though, because it probably would have made it a lot harder to leave Nebraska if I had that following. But I'm glad I'm out here. So yeah. Feel free, for those that are watching, if you have questions or anything that's going on. I know right now we're just waiting for storm initiation. So I have that frontal boundary is out to my west. Looks like they just released a convective discussion. Let's read that. Let's see. That's not it. All right. Probability of watch 80%. Severe potential likely. Supercell development is possible later this afternoon. Large hail, severe gusts, perhaps a tornado or two. Wow. Will be possible. Watch issuance likely. Discussion. Seasonable strong diurnal heating is underway across western Oregon and southwest Washington. So we see that right now. You see this nice clearing out, and that's good. When you get these blue skies, it's basically needing the building instability, and so that's good. We need that. I remember going to the El Reno day, sitting outside El Reno at the Home Depot, and it was blue skies, and I'm there, and obviously my car stuck out with the camera dome and everything. So people coming up asking, "We're gonna get tornadoes?" And I was like, "Yeah, you might want to call it an early day and go home." And some people from Home Depot, they actually did that. They clocked out and went home, even with sunny skies. And so hopefully that was, saved some lives there. But anyways, yeah, so these clear skies like this is definitely developing instability. So it says that heating's underway. Temperatures are expected to approach or exceed record highs in some areas, so I definitely feel that. It says the 18Z sounding from MFR and OTX depicts steep lapse rates within 850 to 600 millibar layer. Deep layer wind profiles supportive of supercells. Awesome. I was telling some of my friends living out here. Hey, Brandon. Yeah, I was telling some of my friends living out here that I haven't seen a supercell in a while, and just because I haven't been to Tornado Alley in years, so it'd be nice to at least see a supercell. So my expectations are low right now. If a tornado would be icing on the cake. Obviously, we're going for that, but I'm just happy to see a supercell. Some lightning, severe thunderstorm, that'd be awesome. Yeah, Brandon, I decided to just, come out of retirement for a little bit. It says that it's possible. There's enough instability, there's enough shear for a possible tornado. And so the SPC is saying a tornado or two, which is actually very strongest language that I've seen for Washington. Usually it's like perhaps a spin up or something like that. But because there's supercells, and that's a very rare thing for Western Washington, they're saying a tornado or two, which is, I find, very surprising. But if you look at all the observations, if if you look at the models, it looks like a a typical slight risk day for the Midwest, for Tornado Alley. When we got that tornado out in Wood Lake, Nebraska, it was a 2% day, and we were the only ones on there. And right now it's 5%. So yeah, pretty crazy. Yeah, I miss the plains as well, Brandon. Hopefully, there's possibility. I've been asked to go preach in Wyoming in June, so I'm probably going to do that, and we'll see if we can line it up with some severe weather. We'll see what the season looks like. Tim, if I drove out there, if I was still in Nebraska, definitely not. That'd be a no-go for me. One, because there's so many trees and the road network is so scarce out here, right? Your only option right where I'm at is going north to south, is right on I-5. You have a couple options that go a little bit east-west, but those are going to be in heavily wooded areas. So I'm in a valley area where, as you can see, it's pretty clear. I can see Mount St. Helens. So I'm more for visibility. I don't mind seeing a storm from the distance with these kind of terrain things. I'd rather see a storm from a distance, tornado from a distance, than be right on it and not be able to see because of trees. These trees are tall, they're big, there's some old growth right next to the highways, so you won't be able to see what's coming. So I think this is a good bet. Looks like a couple other chasers are right behind me thinking the same thing. But so where I'm at in Washington right now, this is Chehalis. This is where I'm at right now. I've just found a nice little field with a view of Mount St. Helens, which I really wanted. As you can see, just right above St. Helens, you have the cumulus field that's starting to build right up here. You have a little cumulus field that's starting to build, and yeah. So I'll zoom out a little bit so you can see it. It's right in front of us. So cumulus fields is a good thing, and the more pronounced it can be, that's where updrafts are going to develop from. And so right now it's just a waiting game. It's allowing this atmosphere to cook. We want this sunlight. We want it to keep developing like this. And yeah, where I'm living is I'm living, Wacko, if you're asking where I'm living or where I'm setting up, I'm set up right now for the chase in Chehalis. I live in Port Angeles. Washington, which is, I can see from my house, I can see Victoria, Canada. We're sitting on the water. So yeah, don't get much storms out there. Although tonight some of these leftovers might head up there. We just got a new roof, so hopefully we don't get so much hail. Yeah, so it says isolated storms may initially develop near the coastal ranges of the western slopes of the Cascades, with increasingly large-scale ascents supporting maintenance of storms as they spread north to northwestward with time. Favorable deep layer shear will support development of a few supercells with time. Hail the size of golf balls or larger may become prominent hazard given the presence of elongated hodographs. That's what you want for those supercells. Moderate buoyancy, rather cold temperatures aloft. Any sustained supercell could also pose some tornado threat, especially where low-level shear winds are locally backed due to terrain and storm scale influence. That's exactly why I'm at the spot I'm at. It's because that's where everything meets for that. Any sustained supercell could pose a tornado threat. It says isolated to strong severe gusts may also accompany the strongest cell clusters. Watch likely will be needed once storm initiation appears. All right, so as we see, we have CU fields starting to develop, so that's a good thing, and we'll see what comes about that. So. Where are you located, Wacko? You live an hour and a half south of me in Kelso. Okay, cool. Yeah, you probably have a little bit better view of the mountain than me. Yeah, the reason I'm not further south is one, I have CU field on visual right now, and I'm north of that, and they still have to develop and mature, and as they are, the CU field is moving to the northeast, so they're coming my way. So I'm anticipating everything forming south and then moving this way. So what we don't want is to be um, right on it when it starts, because then it could take off and I can lose it with the limited road availability. So I'd rather get a good viewing point and then let it come to me. Yeah, let me zoom in on the road over here. Got to pump my camera here. Yeah, so that's I-5. I'm just set up east of I-5. I'm going to turn on my adapter, so it's going to give me a little bit of noise, but it's also going to give me my power to my stuff, because right now I'm not powering anything. I just realized that. So sorry for this little noise, but yeah, there's a little CU field also to my east, and that's because there's a little bit of upper terrain hills there, and kind of just developing a little bit more updrafts in that area. But it looks like cap's still in place, so nothing's popping yet. Yeah, visibility is definitely going to be kind of the play, at least for me. You know, I haven't chased in a few years, so I'm anticipating being rusty, and I'm by myself, so I don't have someone to look at roads and stuff for me. But I've been in this area enough to know um, the limited road options that we have. So I'm going to limit it to finding a good viewing area, letting everything come to me, and kind of going from there. Hello. All right, guys. Sorry about that. Got a call, so I had to answer that. So if you ever hear me muted or whatever, that's what happened. Sometimes I get calls and stuff, so spare you guys from that. But anyways, yeah, you can see the Q field is continually just developing overhead here. It's really nice. That's exactly what you want. Just right in front of Mount St. Helens. You have this CU field here, and that's where you get storm initiation and updrafts. So let's just take a look at this one and kind of observe it. You can see this cell right here. You can see that kind of upward draft there, and so it's going to just keep pushing the more instability that it gets. And as it pushes, if it doesn't collapse on itself, right, if you have enough shear to make it tilted, which it looks like there's some tilt there, as you can see, it's going to keep pushing up. But usually early on these CVU fields, there's a cap, and so they'll push up even if there's shear. They'll hit the cap and they'll collapse back on itself, and they'll just keep doing that until there's enough shear to really lift it up. Now the benefit of having Mount St. Helens here is now you're getting enough uplift. As the wind is hitting that, you're getting some extra uplift from Mount St. Helens slope that's going to help storm development as well. So that's a really cool thing with that. And so just so you can see, I'm going to zoom in on Mount St. Helens. You have a little CU updraft developing from the top of it. I don't know if you can see that far away, but just on the left-hand side, you do have the upslope, and then you can see that CU field that just kind of exploded off the edge. So that's pretty neat to see with that. So let's see if I can get you there. Right there. Sorry, my finger's all fat. But I can't find my pointer. So I'll find the pointer before chase starts, and we'll go from there. But as you can see, that's a good sign. We do want that. And that's the benefit. You don't have that in the plains, right? You don't have that additional upslope with a mountain just in the middle of the valley where you can get that extra uplift. Now, if you're in maybe western Nebraska or you're in the Cap Rocks of Texas, right, you have that upslope there that can really launch it up and give you that extra lift that you need to punch through that cap. So that's what we're waiting for right now. Sorry, I'm going back over these messages. Wow, Wacko, you lived there when Mount St. Helens exploded. That must have been something. I just climbed Mount St. Helens 2 years ago, and I was on the top of it. And if you look at the thumbnail of this live stream, that is actually a picture of me on top of Mount St. Helens looking into the crater. And there was a storm on top of Mount St. Helens. It was super windy. It was crazy. Yeah, orographical lift. Yep, that's it. So yeah, so it's pretty cool to see this here. But yeah, I was on Mount St. Helens. If you go to Backcountry Renegade and you watch my overlanding video of St. Helens and then I climbed it, you can see me on top of it with a storm on the top, and I'm just getting blasted by wind. And so I climbed down there pretty quick after that. But my goal was to climb it with the snow like how it is and then snowboard down. But with the amount of heating we're getting right now, that's going to be a slushy mess. So I'm going to zoom out a little bit just so you can see that CU field that's in front of me. So we'll just keep watching that. We're probably still another hour at least away from initiation in my thought. So a little bit more time for things to cook and develop. All right, looks like we have a. Let's see what. Yeah, the MD is out. Supercell development is possible later this afternoon. Large hail, isolated severe. Perhaps a tornado or two will be possible. Watch issuance likely. I think this is the same one we read earlier. I'm excited for the hail. To be honest, all I've seen is Groupal out here. It's just like soft, frozen rain. It's not really hail. But yeah, it's something that's a possibility. All right, I got a phone call coming in, so I'm gonna mute it. All right, guys. Sorry, that was a longer phone call. So I'm in a little bit of a pickle here. As you can see, the Q field is still blowing. Further south, I'm just going to zoom in over here. Right above the tree line, you can see a little bit more cumulus, and that's all probably a little bit bigger cumulus field further south. So you can actually see some tops over there. So that's pretty cool. But the little thing here is I think I might have blown a fuse, so I gotta figure out, because my laptop is not charging right now, so I might lose my stream here shortly, and if I do, I'll just start another one. But give me some time, and I'm gonna try and see if I need a new fuse or what. Yeah, so the comment about radio frequency, I do have a radio. I have a ham, and yeah, I'm not out really on a station right now. I usually just have it for the weather radio. I think I used to be on 144.66, and my ham is KD0NMX. But I don't know if I'm on that right now. I'm just have the weather radio. So I'm going to turn that on. If my computer dies, it's because I lost power, and I'll try to get it back.
Moses Lake, mostly sunny 74. And at Spokane, partly sunny 66. Inland water wind reports in knots. Smith Island, north 6. Point No Point, northeast 5. West Point, wind calm. Alki Point, wind calm. Point Robinson, northwest 7. Pressure reports in millibars at 1 p.m. Seattle, 1006. Wenatchee, 1008. Bellingham, 1007. Forks, 1003. Astoria, 1004. Portland, 1004. Freezing levels from early this morning. Forks, 10,300 feet. Spokane, not available. The forecast for the southwest interior, including Shelton, Olympia, Chehalis, and Toledo. Today, mostly cloudy with a chance of rain this morning, then partly sunny with a slight chance of rain and a chance of thunderstorms this afternoon. Highs in the upper 60s to mid-70s. Northeast wind to 10 miles an hour becoming north this afternoon. Gusts up to 20 miles an hour. Tonight, showers and a chance of thunderstorms until midnight, then rain likely after midnight. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Lows in the 40s. Southwest wind at 10 to 15 miles an hour becoming south after midnight. Gusts up to 25 miles an hour. Thursday, rain likely in the morning, then rain in the afternoon. Highs in the 50s to lower 60s. South wind to 10 miles an hour with gusts to around 25 miles an hour becoming southeast with gusts to around 35 miles an hour in the afternoon. Thursday night, rain. Lows in the 40s. Southeast wind 10 to 15 miles an hour becoming south after midnight. Gusts up to 35 miles an hour. Friday, rain. Highs in the upper 40s to mid-50s. South wind at 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts to around 30 miles an hour. Friday night and Saturday, rain. Lows in the lower 40s. Highs in the lower to mid-50s. Saturday night and Sunday, mostly cloudy. A chance of rain. Lows in the mid to upper 30s. Highs near 60. Sunday night, rain likely. Lows in the lower 40s. Monday through Tuesday, rain. Highs in the lower to mid-50s. Lows near 40. Chance of measurable precipitation for Olympia. Today 70, tonight 100, and Thursday 90%. The forecast for coastal Grays Harbor County, including Aberdeen and Ocean Shores. Today, partly sunny with a chance of rain this morning, then partly sunny with showers and a chance of thunderstorms this afternoon. Highs in the 60s to lower 70s. East wind 10 to 15 miles an hour becoming south this afternoon. Gusts up to 25 miles an hour. Tonight, showers and a slight chance of thunderstorms, then rain after midnight. Lows in the lower to mid-40s. South wind at 10 to 15 miles an hour becoming southeast after midnight. Gusts up to 30 miles. Thursday, rain. Highs in the lower to mid-50s. Southeast wind 10 to 20 miles an hour with gusts to around 35 miles an hour. Thursday night, rain. Lows in the mid-40s. Southeast wind 10 to 20 miles an hour with gusts to around 40 miles an hour. Friday, rain. Highs near 50. South wind 10 to 20 miles an hour with gusts to around 35 miles an hour. Friday night and Saturday, rain. Lows in the lower to mid-40s. Lower 50s. Saturday night and Sunday, mostly cloudy with rain. Lows near 40. Highs in the upper. Sunday night, rain likely. Lows in the lower to mid-40s. Monday, rain. Highs in the lower 50s. Monday night and Tuesday, rain. Lows near 40. Highs near 50. Chance of measurable precipitation for Aberdeen. Today 80, tonight 100, and Thursday 100%. The forecast for the Cascades of Pierce and Lewis counties, today, mostly sunny. A slight chance of rain and snow late in the morning. A slight chance of thunderstorms and a chance of snow showers in the afternoon. A chance of showers late in the afternoon. Snow level near 9,000 feet. Tonight, showers, a chance of thunderstorms and showers in the evening, then rain and snow after midnight. Snow level near 8,500 feet decreasing to 5,500 feet after midnight. Some thunderstorms may be severe in the evening. Rainfall amounts a ½ inch to 1 inch possible, except higher amounts possible in thunderstorms. Snow accumulation up to 1 inch. Thursday, a chance of rain and snow in the morning, then rain and snow likely late in the morning. Rain and snow in the afternoon. Snow level near 4,500 feet. Rainfall amounts a quarter to a ½ inch possible. Snow accumulation up to 3 inches. Total snow accumulation up to 4 inches. Thursday night, rain and snow. Snow level near feet. Inch to 1. Friday, rain and snow. Snow level near 4 feet. Rainfall amounts a quarter to a ½ inch possible. The forecast for the Atlantic Mountains, including Hurricane Ridge, today, partly sunny. A slight chance of rain in the morning, then a chance of rain in the late morning and early afternoon. A chance of showers and a slight chance of thunderstorms late in the afternoon. Snow level near 8,500 feet. Tonight, showers, a chance of thunderstorms and showers in the evening, then rain and snow after midnight. Snow level near 8,000 feet decreasing to 4,500 feet after midnight. Rainfall amounts a ½ inch to 1 inch possible, except higher amounts possible in thunderstorms. Snow accumulation near Hurricane Ridge up to 1 inch. Thursday, rain and snow. Snow level near 4,000 feet. Rainfall amounts a ½ inch to 1 inch possible. Snow accumulation near Hurricane Ridge up to 2 inches. Total snow accumulation near Hurricane Ridge up to 3 inches. Thursday night, rain and snow. Snow level near 4,000 feet. Rainfall amounts 1 to 3 inches possible. Friday, rain and snow. Snow level near 4,000 feet. Rainfall amounts 1 to 3 inches possible. The marine forecast for Puget Sound and Hood Canal. Tonight, southwest wind 10 to 15 knots, backing to south after mid. Around 2 feet or less. A chance of thunderstorms this evening. Showers. Thursday, south wind 5 to 15 knots. Waves around 2 feet or less. Showers. Thursday night, south wind at 10 to knots. Waves around 2 feet or less. Showers. Friday, south wind 15 to 20 knots. Waves around 2 feet or less. Showers. Here is the official National Weather Service forecast for the coastal waters out to 10 nautical miles, issued at 3:05 a.m., Wednesday, March 26th. Gale from Thursday morning, late Thursday night. Small craft advisory from this evening through Thursday morning. Today, east wind 10 to 15 knots, veering to southeast this afternoon. Seas 5 to 7 feet. Wave detail, northeast 2 feet at 4 seconds, south 4 feet at 6 seconds, and west 6 feet at 14 seconds. A chance of rain this morning, then rain with a slight chance of thunderstorms this afternoon. Tonight, south wind 15 to 20 knots. Seas 6 to 8 feet. Wave detail, south 7 feet at 7 seconds and west feet at 13. showers with a slight chance of thunderstorms until midnight. Rain after midnight. Thursday, southeast wind 20 to 25. Gusts up to 35 knots in the afternoon. Seas 6 to 9 feet, building to 9 to 12 feet in the afternoon. Thursday night, southeast wind 20 to 25 knots, up to 40 knots. Seas 11 to 15 feet. Wave east 2 feet at 4 seconds and southwest 15 feet at 14 seconds. Rain. Winds and seas higher and near thunderstorms. Here is the official National Weather Service forecast for the coastal waters from 10 to 60 nautical miles, issued at 3:05 a.m., Wednesday, March 26th. Gale warning from Thursday morning through late Thursday night. Small craft advisory from this evening through Thursday morning. Today, east wind 10 to 15 knots, becoming southeast 20 knots late and afternoon. Seas 7 feet. Wind gale, east 6 feet at 5 seconds. 14 seconds. A chance of rain until late afternoon, then rain late. Tonight, south wind 15 to 20 knots. Seas 7 to 9 feet. Wave tail, south 7 seconds and west 5 feet at 13 seconds. Rain. Thursday, southeast wind 20 to 25 knots, rising to 25 to 30 knots with gusts up to 40 knots in the afternoon. Seas 8 to 10 feet, building to 12 to 16 feet in the afternoon. Detail, south 11 feet at 9 seconds, west 3 feet at 12 and south 16 feet at 14 seconds. Rain. Thursday night, east winds 25 to 30 knots, veering to south 20 to 25 knots from midnight. Seas 15 to 19 feet. Wave detail, south 18 feet at 13 seconds. Rain. The forecast for the Grays Harbor Bar small craft advisory from Thursday afternoon through late Thursday night. Combined seas 3 to 5 feet, building to 7 to 9 feet tonight and 10 to 12 feet Thursday afternoon. Bar conditions light becoming moderate tonight and rough Thursday afternoon. Maximum ebb currents will 3:15 p.m. and 3:45 a.m. and 4 p.m. Thursday. Information regarding current pass. .com/travel/real-time/mountain passes. You're listening to NOAA Weather Radio Station WAwx M62 Olympia, serving the Southwest.
All right, guys, so I'm gonna speak a little bit. Hopefully y'all can hear me okay. I might need to get to a auto zone, so I think I'm gonna drive there. I'm like 10 minutes away. I need some fuses because I think mine is going out, so I'm gonna go grab one just in case. I'd rather do it now than have it happen, and then I don't have any video. Hello from Portland. Hello. Where you're going to be chasing as well in Portland? That's cool. Is the stream going smooth for everyone? Let me know how things are. So I'm going to drive up to AutoZone and try to get some fuses real quick. 10 minutes away, and then I'm going to come back to this spot assuming everything's good. I like this spot, but go to AutoZone. Nice spot, that view. All right, I might need to lower some settings here a bit so it doesn't cut out. Go to AutoZone and get some fuses, then I'll come back. Let me know how the stream's looking as far as if it's choppy, if it's smooth, if it's just the audio that's going in and out. I can adjust that. That's not a big deal. Driving behind these trucks with trees. I have my fear of that launching out. What movie was that? Final Destination or something? Yeah, I don't want that happening to me. So I'm gonna go up about 4 miles. I got some tires that are kind of loud. They're still my winter tires, so that extra feedback you're hearing in the speakers is just my tires are really loud. So sorry about that. I don't have the nice smooth tires that I had back in Tornado Alley. Stream's looking pretty good. Doesn't look very choppy. I'm in a good area though. Looks like I could stop at the looks like I could stop at those factory outlets too. Oh, there's an O'Reilly here. I could have stopped there. Dang it. Okay, oh well. Yeah, I got 5G right now where I'm at, and so I'm pretty happy with that. Man, I could have gotten out here. I'm gonna actually turn around and come to this Home Depot. I think I'm gonna turn around and go to that O'Reilly so I'm not so far north. Yeah, I'm gonna mess with some audio settings, and I'll fix that popcorn. What the? I can't turn there. That would have been bad. There was this really good burger place I wanted to try and grab a burger at. I thought it was in Centralia, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's further south. For those familiar with the area, maybe you know where it is. But it was called Bev's Burgers. It was a little burger joint that was really good. What radio frequency? I haven't used my ham in a while. I mainly just turn it on for the weather radio. I think I was 1466.33 or something like that. I don't know. I don't remember what the storm chasing channel was that I had, and I'm sure it's changed back in the day. But yeah, maybe you can let me know what station, what frequency is good to operate on. My sign is KD0NMX. That's my ham call sign. Pass the word along that I'm streaming. I know a lot of people follow other YouTubers. They're a lot newer. But for those who are around and who remember back in the day, the chasing we've done, live streaming, yeah, get the word out. Do you know what frequency that repeater's on? Alright, Riley's or Home Depot? Huh. Home Depot might be more crowded. That does look pretty crowded. Man, I was at Safeway earlier today and the crowds were ridiculous. I didn't even get anything because it was so crowded. Alright, we're gonna go to O'Reilly's. Hey, they have Walmart. Man, Walmart's packed. I didn't realize this town was so popular. There is some convection down south, so we'll keep an eye on that. That's kind of what the models were expecting to have. Alright, I'm gonna run into O'Reilly's real quick, so be right back. All right, got fuses. Might wait one more stop. All right, everyone still with me? All right, I might stop by Walgreens since Walmart's a little crowded. I usually bring another power adapter and I forgot. I'm still in Chehalis area. Make one more stop real quick. Walgreens. I think we're good. All right, I'll be right back. Alright guys, we got some storms popping. So I'll show you that here. Just kind of see that there. That CU field's growing substantial, and I got a storm to my southwest. Give me a little bit. I gotta find CUs. Alright, we found the fuse. Good to go. Really just like these roundabouts. Not a fan. Not a fan. Now I have a long light.
Use the middle lane to turn left onto Northwest Chamberway. Then take the first right 4 I-5 south.
Alright, so we're in good position here. Got a good good cell to our southwest. Gonna let that develop some. Alright, I think we're back. Let me know if everything's working okay. Alright, we got a severe thunderstorm watch, and we got storms coming up here from Oregon. So that's a good sign. We're just gonna go back to my spot. Hopefully no one's in my spot. Gotta get around this old lady. Oh yeah. Look at the bases on some of these updrafts. Things are getting started, boys and girls, if there's girls watching. St. Helens looks nice. Yeah, I got a storm due west. I'm gonna get to my spot because it's good. No one's at my spot. Excellent. Nice thing is it's zoom like Kelly is at times, so that's always good. Yeah, so the storm, you can see these storms over here, these tops going up. But I need St. Helens. The storm's coming up from the south, but I'll keep an eye on those that are to my west as well. Alright, we're back. Alright, time to set up my other cameras. And we're in go time. So, let's see, what is this rocket? Oh, let's just record. What's the record? know how to record on this thing. What the... I don't even do 8K. All right, so I am here set up in Chehalis, looking at St. Helens right now. And I am currently on my laptop, got my old streaming setup, my old camera. Actually, my radar now is on my radar scope on my iPad, and also using my phone as well, and then my laptop. So yeah, right now we got convection that is starting to the southwest, and also I got some due west. We've been watching a CU field build. I got some nice bottoms of bases of storms that are starting to explode, so I might turn around and look at the one that's just to my west, actually. But we got two storms that are coming up here from the south, and they're headed our way. Might need to drop a little bit further south, actually, but yeah, they're headed this way. They look good, and they're going right up here. So they're maturing. They're definitely not time to just dive down and try to get on them, because one, the view down there is a lot harder, and two, they're also need time to mature. So anyways, I got St. Helens on the camera here, which is pretty cool. Never thought I'd be chasing with St. Helens here. And but anyways, this would be a great spot to just sit and watch the storms come to me. So I'm gonna let them mature. I might dive south here in a little bit if they tend to be moving to the right a little bit, but we'll play it by ear. I do have some bases to my west that are starting to show up on radar, so we might turn around and look at that. So we'll see. I'm gonna turn around just so y'all can see this other storm.
Upper 60s to mid 70s. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Lows in the 40s. Southwinds with 10 to 15 miles an hour becoming south after midnight. Gusts up to 25 miles an hour. Day, rain in the morning, then rain in the afternoon. Highs in the 50s to lower. South wind to 10 miles an hour with gusts to around 25 miles an hour becoming southeast with gusts to around 35 miles an hour in the afternoon. Thursday night, rain. Lows in the 40s. Southeast wind 10 to 15 miles an hour becoming south after midnight. Gusts up to 35 miles an hour. Friday, rain. Highs in the upper 40s to mid 50s. South wind at 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts to around 30 miles an hour. Friday night and Saturday, rain. In the lower 40s. Highs in the lower to mid 50s. Saturday night and Sunday, mostly cloudy. A chance of rain. Lows in the mid to upper 30s. Highs near 60. Sunday night, rain likely. Lows in the lower 40s. Monday through Tuesday, rain. Highs in the lower to mid 50s. Lows near 40. Chance of measurable.
So I am in Chehalis, Washington, kind of southwest Washington. I'm looking south towards Mount St. Helens. You can see that in the stream there. I'm starting to have some cumulus fields go up around me. There's a few to my west, but I'm waiting for the main one, which is more due southwest. So kind of over here in this area where it's all kind of dark, that's where there's a thunderstorm that's brewing, and it's pulsating, so it's not very good right now. It still needs time to mature, and it's headed this way. So I'm in a really good area. If anything, I would drop a little bit further south. The only thing is, further south, the visual is not that great. So might as well just sit here where I have excellent visual, let it come to me, let it mature, and that's kind of the plan. Hi, Cindy. I'm just north of Winlock, actually. I am in between Chehalis and Napa Vine, just south of Chehalis. Yeah, satellite is showing some good towers right now. Things are starting to explode, and right now we still have a little bit of a cap, so that's why they're pulsating a bit. And the cap's a good thing because it's going to keep them a little bit more isolated, and we don't want it to become this big old MCS mess, which could happen. The cell I'm waiting for right now is currently in Oregon near Gales Creek. It's a decent cell. It's nothing worth driving down there and getting right now. It's just a rain shower, but it's hitting a cap, and the problem with it is it's just pulsating. So it hasn't matured. It still needs time. So I like where I'm at. There's chasers that are further south, but the thing is the cells are not mature. And so you're gonna have to come up north anyways to try and get on them when they're mature. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. They're coming almost due northwest, and so I'm in a good spot right now. I'm pretty content with this. No reason to move. No reason to go south. No reason to go north. There's really nothing else. This is the play. Now later on in the night, you're gonna have more stuff a little bit further northwest towards Seattle, but this stuff is gonna develop first. The key is, as you see this convection that's just kind of in front of it, that's due to my west, if that starts to go, it could just inhibit some of the environment a little bit. So what's going to become more dominant is the southern cell, and that's going to become the one you're going to want to target, which is the one I'm waiting on anyways. The ones to my west, I'm just watching. I might turn my car around just to see, but the thing is, it's not looking very good right there to my west. And the reason is because they're just the reason is it's just a cell that's pretty much just pulsating right now. They still have a cap. It's not great, but yeah. Yeah, the main thing is going to be this cell to the southwest. There's 3 cells. The one that's going to be dominant is the one that's further south by Gales Creek, and that's because it has less stuff involved that's going to inhibit the growth. Yeah, it's a really rare event and pretty cool to be here. Never thought I'd be chasing with Mount St. Helens right here. That's insane. But it's pretty cool. So yeah, right now we just have a cap, and the cap is we're waiting for that cap to break a bit. Yeah, so I am in a good spot. I'm pretty sure. I like this spot. I've been looking at the current observations, and in the mesoanalysis on the SPC, you have pretty nice deep moisture convergence just to the west here. And then the supercell composites, you have a right at the I don't know what that inlet is for that water, but pretty much at the border of Washington and Oregon is kind of where you're going to want to where you're getting convection. And we see that happening right now. As far as the SIG tour, you have the area highlighted right where I'm at. Now, it's nothing significant like we've seen in the plains, but it is highlighted, and that's something that's rare for Washington. Also, the EHI, I am inside of an EHI bullseye, and the EHI bullseye is, for me, it's always been a good play. I look for those things, and now it's nothing significant like the plains, but you know, EHI bullseyes, I've had pretty good luck. And so I look at those observations, I try to get to that area, and that's where I'm at right now. So as you can see, there's no point to go further south. That EHI bullseye is right in the middle of where I am. And so everything looks pretty good right there. The bulk shear is better a little bit to the west, but as these storms move into that area a little bit further west, then they're going to start, further east. Once they get a bit further east, kind of cross I-5, that's when they're probably going to have their biggest tornado potential. That's when they're going to be spinning a bit more. The Cape is also really, really good. We're looking at 1500 Cape currently, which again, for the Pacific Northwest, that's pretty crazy. So that's only going to get stronger with the amount of heating that we had. Moisture's coming in this way, so we're getting convection. And right now we're just seeing which storms are going to beat the cap. And if you look at the storms right now, they're just pulsating. They took off, and now they're going down. So they're collapsing on top of itself, which is never a really good sign. We just need a little bit more time, a little bit more convection to pop up. And the same thing with these storms to my west. They're doing the exact same thing. They're pulsating up, but they're also just collapsing on itself. So Yeah, it is cooling off. You know, that part of that is because of the fronts coming this way. But another thing is because you have moisture as well. And so that moisture's combining or combining with that warm air that we had in front of it. And that's what's going to really produce that convection. And so as it's moving further west, it is going to cool. Eventually, you're going to have that cold front that's going to undercut everything. And once that happens, it's game over. But we'll just see what happens. Right now, it's still early. I was anticipating things around 4 and 5. Yeah, let me know if you guys have any questions, thoughts. I like engaging, and yeah, it's been a while from since I've done that, but yeah, just keep asking questions, anything that you have. I do plan on getting out into the Midwest again in June. I've been invited to preach at a church in Wyoming, so we'll see if any weather pans out for that. Maybe I can make it a chasecation. There's been some helicopters flying around here in Chehalis, just looking at some of these things. They're not doing anything. They're just looking at these cells. So that's kind of cool, I guess. I'm gonna read. I forgot to read this earlier, but I'm just gonna read it for you guys. We are under a severe thunderstorm watch, which is pretty rare for this area. So I'm just gonna read it for you. Severe thunderstorm watch number 65 started at 3:10. It says National Weather Storm Prediction Center has issued a severe thunderstorm watch for portions of northwest Oregon and western Washington, affected from 3:10 to 9 p.m. Primary threats include scattered large hail, very isolated very large hail up to 2 inches in diameter. We're in the area for that. Scattered damaging winds up to 70 miles an hour and a possible tornado or two. Thunderstorms are expected to develop this afternoon over parts of northwest Oregon and track north-northwest across the watch through the early evening. Large hail, damaging wind gusts are possible with the strongest storms. Okay, so that's exactly what's happening so far. The only thing is the storms have not become strong. So it's good to give them time, let them mature, come on up here. So I'm in a good spot. The severe thunderstorm watch area approximately along 45 statute miles east and west of the line, from 45 miles south of Salem to 5 miles northwest of Seattle. They then outlined this, so to be looking out for that as well. Currently, the only warning is in Texas near Corpus Christi. Texas tomorrow has the area for a slight risk. Ironically, that's where I used to live, in San Antonio. And so yeah, they're going to be under slight risk there. And that's basically this system that's going to be moving over there. And it's going to produce some weather the next few days as well, further in Dixie Alley. So hopefully this isn't a bust. You know, when you say tornado or two, that's getting my hopes up to at least maybe not see a tornado, but at least at the very least see a thunderstorm. You know, severe thunderstorm. I haven't seen one of those in years, living over here. I don't get a chance to chase too often. Last time I chased, when was that? 2023, 2022, I think. Yeah, I took a chasecation. 2022. I drove my Jeep all the way. Went to Minnesota, South Dakota, Iowa, Wyoming, Nebraska, and I was on a tornado warned storm, and my transmission blew right as it was dropping a tornado. And I knew it was giving some issues, so I gave it some time. I gave it I'm usually right on it. I usually get like at least a half mile or so. Back when I was dropping probes in them, and now I don't do that anymore. But anyways, I gave myself some room because I knew my car was having some issues. So I actually that was a good thing because the tornado ended up dropping, becoming rain wrapped, and then just went literally half a mile in front of us. Winds were going crazy, but I couldn't move at all. So stuck out there for a couple days in Iowa, nice little town, and I forgot what town it was, maybe Marshalltown or something like that, near that area. It was on a river, I forgot the name, but stayed there for a few days. Ended up going to take a little longer, so got rented a car, drove all the way back, and then I flew out and picked up my Jeep. So lesson learned is not to do cross country in my Jeep anymore. Probably going to fly or rent a car whenever I do chase. But anyways, a local chase like this, that's fine. All right, storms are still looking pretty meager. Let's see if I can show some radar on here. Let's get the meso analysis here. All right, I'm going to see if I can do a share screen capture. All right, here we go. So here we see right here is the satellite, visible satellite here, and with this visible satellite, you can see right in the southwest Washington here. You see some clearing, you see some cumulus even over the Cascades areas, and then further out west, you can see those bigger cells right at the border of Oregon and Washington. Look at our upper dynamics. We're going to look here, and we can see that that cape, pretty good cape right there, and that's 1500, and that's the line where we have the most risk there for the big hail. And so we got the cape there, so plenty of energy for that. We also have, if you look at the shear in the area, the shear is a little bit further to the west, but as you can see over here in Oregon, where the low is, that's where you have the most amount of shear. So as that continues throughout the night, that's going to move its way up. Supercell composite, you can see it's right where initiation is happening, right there at the border of Oregon and Washington. That's where we have these little cells that are happening. And then if we look over here at, let's go to tornado probabilities. Whoops. Significant tor. It's not great, but you can see the two areas is right where I'm at, and then the other one is where these cells are. So anywhere in that area, you're going to have a good potential for some supercells. And let's look at the significant hail. Currently, it's further south, but as we said, that's going to work its way up. This is current observations. So this is going to move its way a little bit further to the northeast as it continues. Okay, so that's good. We'll look at this temperature and dew point area. Let's see. All right, so we can see kind of moisture convergence kind of over there in that area with the border area. All right. Significant tornado new. Just shaded areas. It's no surprise there. Anyways, yeah, we're just gonna keep watching this. We're in the right area. The thing is we just have to wait on for it to keep going on and develop and mature. So, anyways, that's that. open radar. Check out what radar is looking like right now. All right, so here's a radar Omega. All right, so I'm in Chehalis Centralia area, and you can see these storms over here. Right here is the storms we're looking at. I don't know if you can see my cursor going, but let's see if I can get a marker here. Nope. All right, I can't. I don't know where the marker is. I don't really mess with this too much. But anyways, we see these storms developing here to the southwest. Seaside, you can see that storm right there. Off in Cannon Beach area, border of Oregon and Washington there. Those are moving to the northwest. You also see on the left here, or on the west, to the west of I-5, you have those other just little storms popping up and showers there. So anyways, just continuing to wait on development. Everything that is further south in Oregon right now is moving to the northwest. So that's a good thing. We're just going to keep watching that. But nothing's really mature right now to really do anything. What's happening right now is we still have a lot of upslope and a lot of potential to break the cap. You still have a cap, and you have these storms just pulsating. What I like about St. Helens is it's going to provide a little bit more upslope. It's going to force storms to go up in that area once wind hits it. So we can see that a little bit. You can see right above St. Helens, there's some cumulus clouds. So anyways, we'll just see what develops from there. Still early. Probably by 5 we might have some more mature storms. So we'll touch base from there. Anyways, if you have any questions, let me know. We'll give some more observations as they come. But yeah. Yeah, the storms to my west, that's kind of behind me, northwest area, those are just pulsating. So I'm gonna just step out and look. The one from Seaside's kind of gaining some strength, so that's a good sign. Maybe the rest of these will. Still early.
Bollingfield, partly sunny 62. At SeaTac Airport, partly sunny. Temperature 62 degrees, dew point 51, and humidity 67%. West wind 7 miles an hour. Pressure in millibars 1003.7 and falling. Bremerton, mostly sunny 63. Gig Harbor, mostly 2. Field, mostly sunny 69. Shelton, mostly sunny 65. And Olympia, mostly sunny 66 degrees, and humidity 65%. Wind north at 8 miles an hour. Pressure in millibars 1003.0 and falling. Chehalis, mostly sunny 70. Kelso, mostly sunny 80. Vancouver, mostly sunny 79. Hoquiam, cloudy 64. Southwest wind 14 miles an hour. Astoria, partly sunny, temperature 60 degrees. Stampede Pass, partly sunny 53. Wenatchee, partly sunny 67. Ellensburg, mostly sunny 73. Tacoma, sunny 75. Moses Lake, mostly sunny 74. And at Spokane, partly sunny 69. Inland water wind reports in knots. Smith Island, northeast 5. Point No Point, northwest 7. West Point, northeast 9. Alki Point, northwest 7. Point Robinson, northwest 5. The forecast for the southwest interior including Shelton, Olympia, Chehalis, and Toledo. Severe thunderstorm watch 65 in effect for portions or all of the listening area until 9 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time this evening. Tonight, showers and a chance of thunderstorms until midnight. Then showers after. South wind 10 to 20 miles an hour. Friday, showers. Highs in the upper 40s to mid 50s. South wind 10 to 20 miles an hour. Friday night, showers until midnight, then mostly cloudy with a chance of showers after midnight. Lows in the lower 40s. South wind 10 to 15 miles an hour, decreasing to 5 to 10 miles an hour after midnight. Saturday, showers likely in the morning, then showers in the afternoon. Highs in the lower to mid 50s. Saturday night, mostly cloudy. A slight chance of rain until midnight. Lows in the mid to upper 30s. Sunday, partly sunny. A chance of rain in the afternoon. Highs near 60. Sunday night, rain. Lows in the lower 40s. Monday and Monday night, rain showers. Highs in the lower to mid 50s. Lows near 40. Tuesday, mostly cloudy with a chance of rain showers in the
Cool.
morning.
Thanks for relaying the stream.
Likely in the afternoon.
Feel free to
Highs in
promote
the
the
lower
stream.
50s.
YouTube or Twitter, X, or whatever it's called these days.
Lows in the mid to upper 30s. Wednesday, mostly cloudy with a chance of rain showers in the morning, then mostly cloudy with rain showers likely in the afternoon. Chance of measurable precipitation for Olympia.
Yeah, these storms are just pulsating. I hope today's not a bust. Still early. Still early.
For coastal Grays Harbor County. Tonight, showers till midnight, then showers likely after midnight. Lows in the
Hey Scott, good to see you.
Severe thunderstorm
Long time no
watch
see.
for the following counties in Washington, Lewis, Pierce, and Thurston. The National Weather Service has issued severe thunderstorm watch number 65, effective until 9 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. This watch includes the following counties in Washington, Lewis, Pierce, and Thurston. Remember, a severe thunderstorm watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including large hail and damaging winds in and close to the watched area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. Repeating, severe thunderstorm watch number 65 has been issued until 9 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time for the following counties in Washington, Lewis, Pierce, and Thurston. You're listening to NOAA Weather Radio Station WAwx M62 Olympia, serving the southwest Washington interior and broadcasting at a frequency of 162.475 megahertz. The current time is 4:15 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. Weather synopsis for western Washington. A strong storm system will lift a front across western Washington on Wednesday, bringing in a chance for widespread thunderstorms with severe thunderstorms possible. A cold front Thursday will bring cooler temperatures while maintaining unsettled conditions. Active weather is favored to continue through the period with near normal temperatures. These are the 4 p.m. observations. At Forks, partly sunny, temperature 63 degrees, and humidity 70%. Wind south at 15 miles an hour, gusting to 28. Pressure in millibars, 1003.0 and rising. Port Angeles, cloudy 55. Port Townsend, mostly sunny 55. Bellingham, partly sunny 56. Calm. Friday Harbor, mostly sunny 57. Whidbey Island, partly sunny 58. Everett, partly sunny 60. Bollingfield, partly sunny 61. At SeaTac Airport, partly sunny. Temperature 64 degrees, dew point 52, and humidity 64%. North wind 9 miles an hour. Pressure in millibars, 1002.3 and falling. Bremerton, partly sunny 65. Gig Harbor, mostly sunny 63. Newport Field, mostly sunny 69. Shelton, partly sunny 66. At Olympia, partly sunny 66 degrees, and humidity 63%. Wind north at 7 miles an hour. Pressure in millibars, 1002.0 and falling. Chehalis, partly sunny 70. Kelso, partly sunny 81. Vancouver, partly sunny 78. Hoquiam, cloudy 59. Southwest winds at 7 miles an hour. Astoria, partly sunny, temperature 59 degrees. Stampede Pass, mostly sunny 58. Wenatchee, mostly sunny 69. Ellensburg, mostly sunny 73. Yakima, sunny 75. Moses Lake, mostly sunny 73. And it's partly sunny.
All right, I'm gonna pause it real quick. I gotta change an output setting so I can also give it to Severe Studios, and I'll. Okay, testing, testing. All right, hopefully it's back up. Someone comment if they see everything back up and how the audio. Okay, what audio or what weather channel? Um, I just on my radio I can just click weather and then monitor, and it just brings it up. I don't have my ham hooked up. I'm just using my handheld. All right, I am now dual streaming. Hopefully audio is coming through on both, but I am dual streaming now on Severe Studios and YouTube. So if you are looking to chat, the chat room is on my YouTube channel. Otherwise, you can watch on either one. What we are looking at currently is Mount St. Helens. Mount St. Helens, and you can see right now we're just looking at storm development. Kind of a little bit to the west, we're having a little bit of issues. The cap has been in place, and these storms to the south have just been pulsating. There has been convection that's developed a bit more east over the Cascades, and that's because you got a little bit more uplift, and it's forcing those storms to break a little bit more of the cap. But the main thing are these storms coming out of Oregon, and hopefully they will continue to grow. The thing is they're headed north. They're nowhere near mature, so no reason to keep going south. I'm gonna just sit here. I'm in Centralia or Chehalis area, and just gonna keep waiting for them to mature as they head up here. So far uneventful, but we do have a cool sighting of St. Helens, so lots of snow still on it. I did stand at the if you're looking at it right now, I stood at the right side at the top. I hiked up all the way up there a couple years ago. You can see it on my other YouTube channel, Backcountry Renegade. And I hiked up there, and as I got to the top, there was a storm at the top. That was kind of iffy. Got some storms forming over just west of Tacoma, or east of Tacoma. Interesting, I'm between two areas. The main area I'm looking for is this area to the west of I-5 that's just south of me, so those storms are just pulsating. Not looking too good right now, but we'll see what it brings. Looks like someone's you can see that storm almost over there. One of the little ones over here See a little base over those trees. High base right now, but it's one of those little garden showers that's over there. So just you can see right over those trees. You can see a little bit of to the right of those mountains. A little bit of a base there. Not the greatest contrast there, but keep an eye on it. I almost went to Bonnie Lake. That was my other target. Looks like that's where those other cells are, man. I didn't go there because of lack of roads, and you have the mountains right there. Yeah, darker clouds are incoming, as you can see a little bit to the west over here. You can see that base right there. It's a pretty high base, but that's that little garden shower that's popped up just to the south. So that's coming this way, but it's not looking good. I mean, they're really high base, but they're definitely where the cumulus kind of field developed. They're just they haven't developed into anything much. Yeah, battleground. Okay. Yeah, they are headed my way. That one picked up by Ocean Park. Yeah. All right. Yeah, well that gets me a little more confidence knowing seeing that flag having east to winds. All right, just still sticking it out here. That cyclone's still off, and in the coastal area and the areas of cells are coming this way, so it's just a little bit later than anticipated. But storms are getting their act together a bit more. It does look like a group mess, so we'll see what happens with it. This one southwest of Aberdeen had my eye for a while, but I think that really developed a lot bigger. But getting a little bit more heating and clearing. I got some updrafts right above me, so I'm gonna just stay put. No reason to go south or north right now. You can see clouds starting to overtake St. Helens there. That's from this convection mess. So I'm here on YouTube right now, streaming, and also on Severe Studios. If you want to get in the chat room on Severe Studios, I'm on the YouTube, so you can chat there. Severe Studios is open for media, and had a lot of media stuff with them in the past. So right now, Snow Wolf, I am still in Chehalis. I'm looking south towards Mount St. Helens, and no reason to really move. The
Southwind 10 to 20 miles an hour. Saturday.
the cyclone low still out in the ocean, a little bit more delayed, so it's a little bit later than anticipated.
Lows near 40.
But there's storm development that is
Sunday night.
currently to my west, which is just mixed and just not very organized. And then there's some stuff coming just east of Vancouver, and as that comes over here, that's going to definitely become a bit more organized, and it's going to go a bit more to the northwest because of the position of the low. So that stuff is actually going to be coming towards me. That's out of Battleground in Vancouver. You can see the lightning picking up there. So that's a good sign. So right now, the plan is just to wait. Not to get anxious about the one by Aberdeen. That one looks the best right now, but that's probably out of reach. And it's not entering into a very favorable environment compared to, as this low gets more on shore, it's going to look better, the stuff coming out of Portland into my area. So that's kind of the plan right now, is I'm going to wait, and we're just going to keep watching and let these storms come up. Cindy, where are you that you're hearing thunder?
Snow accumulation up to 3 inches. Thursday night, showers, snow showers, and a slight chance of thunderstorms in the evening. Then showers after midnight. Snow level near 4,500 feet. Rainfall amounts of ½ inch to 1 inch possible, except higher amounts possible in thunderstorms. Snow accumulation of 1 to 5 inches. Total snow accumulation 1 to 9 inches. Friday, showers. Snow level near 4,000
Sounds good, Cindy. Yeah, you got some cells over there that are a bit more kind of just multicellular, not super strong, but they're gaining strength, and so they do have some lightning there. So that's a good sign for sure. So hopefully they can get a little bit more organized, but that's headed my way. So. Yeah, it looks like there's a storm right over St. Helens right now. St. Helens is now gone as far as being able to see the visibility. So St. Helens is right beyond that little branch right in the middle, and you can see. So I'm looking kind of south. Oh, there's St. Helens. You can see it a little bit more now. But there's a storm right where St. Helens is. And it is gaining strength. Looks like they just issued, what did they issue here? Special weather statement on that storm. And that's headed this way, a gust of 40 miles an hour. Radar indicated. Wind gusts could knock down tree limbs. Gusty winds, minor hail, severe thunderstorm watch remains in effect. Strong thunderstorm near Cougar, moving 45 miles an hour. All right, so that's going to eventually turn a little bit to the west if it follows the trend of these. So I'm in a good area. Tree limbs. All right, so just taking a look here. I'm right here in Chehalis, and you can see over here the strength of this storm that's developing notice it's right over Cougar, so it gives you a special weather statement. And the general trend here is you can tell that these are actually moving a bit north to northwest, so they're turning a bit because of the upper part of that low. So that's the direction. So where I'm at is actually pretty good. So we're just gonna let it grow, get it a bit more organized. It's kind of thunderstorm watch cellular remains in effect. Strong thunderstorm near Cougar, moving 45 miles an hour. All right, so that's gonna eventually turn a little bit to the west if it follows the trend of these. So I'm in a good area. Brenda, my current location is I am in Chehalis. Thank you for sharing the stream on Facebook. Feel free to keep sharing. Alright guys, we'll see how the data is, but I'm going to try and get this storm. It's headed to Mossy Rock. It's not very organized, but it's something. Maybe we'll get some hail. Data's kind of spotty too, so it might go in and out. I was in a really good data area. Alright, so I am headed to Mossy Rock area. The road is not great. I am behind a slow truck, and data is spotty, so not the best situation. Anyways, trying to get where I can and at least get some kind of view before it crosses to my north, or to my east. So, anyways, I'm just hoping the stream stays, because right now it's kind of spotty. The thing about it too is there's a lot of trees. I don't really have any kind of clearing, but I'm gonna get a little closer and see if maybe I can fly the drone or something. Let me know if y'all can still hear me. I'm not sure what's going on. Can y'all see what's happening? Okay, great. Thanks for sticking around. We'll be on this storm shortly, hopefully. We'll at least get a visual. May not be the best visual, but right here. See if I can get around these trees and find a spot to pull off, but data is really, really bad. I think this is our best shot, guys. It's clear. I got 5G too, so I could risk it, but I might be going in those hills. I'm just not familiar with this area, guys. Lightning. Are you guys with me? Hey Brian, good to see you. Man, been a long time. I've been enjoying your photos you've been taking. Glad you can drop in. All right, so this storm's going to be crossing. You know, I wish I could go get really closer, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to, guys. It's I have 5G. I can see lightning. I have a clear view. I don't think you can get any better than this, guys. So, I might fly my drone as I get closer, but we'll see. We got lightning above in that area. You can see the clearing over there. And then that whole mess is headed this way, so. This is the best data I have, so I think I just need to do it. Woo! Nice lightning. Should probably start recording. Yeah, I really want to keep going, but I can't risk no views when this is like an epic view. And I'm pretty close. Got some storms developing behind me now. I can always catch up with those, but I am currently, let's see, my location is, I'm just north of Mossy Rock. I'm looking due east. Yeah, Brian, that'd be awesome. If we can get you to chase, maybe we can get a chasecation time out in the plains and get you to tag along. This really isn't the place you want to be chasing. It just happens to be my backyard now, so. Yeah, I think you'd capture some awesome photos. We can get you some great stuff. I am currently northwest of Mossy Rock. I'm looking due east. I have a pretty good visual right now. I'm in a little bitty town. There's some good lightning. Kirkland, I don't think really tornado is going to happen much in Kirkland. You know, it just depends on how this stuff organizes towards the evening. They are getting stronger, but they also are merging all together. Yeah, it just depends. You can have embedded supercells in the cluster, so it's possible you can get a spin up. But right now, when they're isolated, is a bit more um, of the risk. I really want to just punch this, but it looks like a lot of rain, so just would be wasting gas. Good lightning here. So plan is I'm gonna allow this storm to just pass me. It's just a bunch of rain and it's gonna produce a lightning show, so then I'll be able to go back west and get whatever else is starting to linger up. But now everything's blasting and shooting, so yeah, very cool. There's a very cool Colleen. Hello as well. I live in Port Angeles, and I moved here probably 6 years ago. I'm a pastor out there, so this is a little break. Um, yeah, I remember there's been tornadoes here and there. There was one in Bremerton not too long ago, a couple years ago, that I thought about chasing that day. I didn't, just because it's so hard to navigate. But as you can see here, it's a little bit more over here, darker, whiter, That's the heavier rain that's coming. There might be some little pea-sized hail in there, but you can see where it's white over there. That's the deeper, stronger rain. But yeah, it's not going to do much other than that. They've already decreased the warning, or not the warning, I guess special weather statement. So we're just here for the lightning show. I don't think the chances of a tornado are very great right now. Currently, you need storms to be a little bit more isolated. The nice thing, though, is you are getting some good some winds that are flowing to the east, and that's good, but that's inflow into that storm. I think really right now the best thing that we're looking for, to tell you the truth, these aren't even supercells. These are garden showers that are just popping up. This is what I expect of Washington when they were using wording of 2-inch size hail and tornadoes. That's more supercells, and that's not this right now. I'm not saying it can't turn into that, but this is typical Washington weather right now. That if a tornado happens, this is the best area. This is where the shear and the cape are the best. If you can get a storm to remain isolated long enough away from the hodgepodge, which really is the best storm is the one we're on right now, but it's just not organized. But if you could get one that gets a little bit more organized, then where we are is in the best spot. And so you can get things further towards Seattle and Tacoma if they do organize, but as of right now, it looks like it's going to be a hodgepodge mess. It looks like the biggest risk is going to be lightning. Yeah, thanks, Brenda. Yeah, please subscribe and like if you're enjoying the stream. I try to, for those that aren't familiar with me, I've been chasing. I started back in like '04, and I was one of the first, live streamers with Severe Studios, and did a lot of live streaming that way for years, and then I did it with TV and weather as well. Never really did it on YouTube because it wasn't a thing when I was chasing. I just uploaded my videos afterwards, but it's really cool that YouTube's has streaming and it's monetized and everything like that. But the days of me chasing as serious as I used to do are slim and far between. Now living in Washington, you don't get very many opportunities. But I appreciate all the likes and subs I can get while y'all are out here. While we have a risk, if we get stuff like this in Washington, it's just a few hours away, so I'm happy to chase when I have time. This is rare, and so I wanted to get out and do that. And the more I can get subs and likes and stuff, the more it could actually, maybe get monetized down the road, and I can keep doing it. Maybe do weather discussions and stuff. But right now, I just don't stream enough on here. But that could change if I get enough subs and likes. Thank you guys who did sub. You know, what I'm thinking was the big issue for today is I don't think we had enough heating. I feel like we did. I feel like what happened was there was clearing, there was sun, there was good warmth, and then after that, it just it didn't last long. It got overcast, storm started going, and then it cooled off. And I think that really hurt the instability to not really get enough heat and stuff to really cook in it to get something better and bigger. So that's, I think, the big issue. The cool thing is it is veering a little bit more to the west, so it's coming at me now. So maybe we'll just sit here and maybe we'll get punched with some heavy rain and maybe even some hail. Right now, there's nothing else happening, so might as well just sit here and enjoy good internet and a clearing. You can see the rain out there in the mountains, out in the Olympics where I live. We're getting snow up there. I'll turn up the volume a little bit more. All right, let me know if that's a little bit better. I just I raised the volume a little bit more. The thing is, when I'm driving, I have snow tires on right now. I need to change them out, and they're really loud. So not the most ideal to have sound on very loud. Then it's kind of annoying. So, but it is what it is. So I'm getting a little bit of sprinkles now. I was hoping to get a little bit more structure. This is rain. And so as you can see, I'm gonna zoom in over here. That's a mountain that's starting to get covered with some rain. Can't really say that in Tornado Alley, unless you're in Denver or something. Yeah, it's just a cool, unique thing. I haven't seen lightning in a while, so I'm happy to see lightning. I was telling my friend my expectations aren't huge. For me, when I was chasing in the plains, it was tornado or bust. Like if I didn't, the structure could be amazing. There could be massive hail, lightning. But if I didn't get tornado, it felt like a bust to me. And just, I was very spoiled. I had it all. I could chase a lot, and I haven't seen that in a long time. So now I'm just happy to get lightning. So I haven't even heard thunder in a while. So yeah, it is getting a little bit darker, rainier. The storm does look like it's kind of dying out, to tell you the truth. But it's the best thing right now. So there's not a lot of other things. I could get a little closer and see if we can get in that rain, but it's just rain. So I think I'm gonna just stick here and see if we can see some lightning. I don't know. I'll put it up for a vote. So I am currently north of Mossy Rock, looking towards Morton, where this storm is. The thunder and lightning is a bit more to my north right now, or northeast. I'm looking due east, looking at the storm, and I'm looking towards Morton area. Just a little bit of more lightning. So here's the option. We can stay where we are. We have good data. We have a clearing. We can see lightning, and we might get some rain, but that's about it. Option one, you can put one would be keep going east and try to get towards a little bit closer and see if we can get into the rain. I don't think we're gonna get any in the. I don't think we're gonna get anything other than rain. It doesn't look like it's even strong enough for hail, to tell you the truth. There's lightning, so that's cool. But if we go one, then we have a risk of not seeing anything because of the trees, and two, losing data. Option two would be stay put, let it pass, and then we go back east or go back west and get on more storms. So let me know what you guys think. My thought is, I'll just see what you guys say. Let's look at the chat. Yeah, that's kind of how it goes. Once you move, that's when something happens, huh? My biggest regret, going back to that, my biggest regret, speaking of moving or staying put, is Coldridge tornado. I chased that by myself, Nebraska. I just had an epic chase with Pilger the day before, and there's things I could have done better there too. But after Pilger, we had Coleridge, and so I chased that day, and all my other chase partners were kind of chased out and had work and stuff. So I went out by myself, Coleridge, and there was a spot based on how the storm was going. Granted, get this, the year before I was still kind of scarred from El Reno, so I was a little timid. You can see a rainbow. There you go, rainbow chasers. Rainbow. All right, so option two, we're gonna stay put, stay streaming, and watch some lightning and rainbows. But yeah, so Coleridge, my big regret there is I assumed it was. So if you go back and do research on this storm, one, where I didn't have the greatest data, so I didn't have internet to check up and see what it was doing. I was pretty close to it, and so I figured it was going to take a right turn and come at me. So I stayed put. If I just went another 2 miles over a hill, I would have saw the massive wedge, and I would have saw that it was staying isolated. And once it was isolated, it didn't move. Like, it moved 2 miles an hour. Anyways, by the time I went over that hill, it was rain wrapped. It was still, I still saw like 12 tornadoes. Granted, I didn't see the massive Coleridge tornado. That was my biggest regret, is I just need to go another 2 miles. But when you're by yourself, you just had El Reno happen, and you don't have good radar and internet, it is what it is. Yeah, can everyone see the rainbow? There we go. Look at that. That's a strong rainbow. There you go. You didn't get tornado, but you got a rainbow. And it goes all the way. Wow, look at that. Zoom out a bit. I don't know if you can see it over there, but it goes past that flag. It's in the trees. But yeah, that's a nice looking rainbow there. Yeah, that goes all the way. We'll zoom out a bit. See if you can. That's definitely more. That's definitely more of your Washington kind of weather here. Rather than say a tornado or two, I think you should say a, rainbow or two. That's more likely. Yeah, that goes all the way. That's nice. There you go. Got rewarded for rainbow. All right, looks like the cells that we were looking at split. So, they're also kind of past me now. So my thought is I think we turn around, go back, maybe catch up with that Raymond storm, see if we can catch up with that one. Wow, that's a strong, look how strong that is, man. There you go. Cemetery and a rainbow. Wow, yeah, that goes all the way. I wish I had a wider lens. Now you can really see that other side. Look at that. American flag and a rainbow. There you go. That's a really nice rainbow. Yep, that's what I've become, a rainbow chaser. All right, so my thoughts. I don't know if this cell is going to do anything, and I don't know if I can even follow it much more. Road options aren't great for this. I could go north, and then that leads to a dead end. Yeah, so I think I have to go back to I-5. All right, I'm gonna go back to Chehalis area. Might lose some data, but we got some more storms headed this way, so might as well get ready for those. Thanks for following along. Subscribe and like. If you like rainbows, subscribe. You'll see a lot of those in Washington. Yeah, so I'm gonna head back. So my data was a little spotty on the way here, so I'm anticipating it'll be a little spotty on the way back. Oh, look, we got double rainbows, guys. Oh, double rainbow. Check that out. There, you got your money's worth now. Double rainbow. Wow. That's an Instagram photo. Gotta take a photo. At least get something out of this. All right, so there's it's faint, but you can see it right over there, over that hill, double rainbow. All right, head back to Chehalis area. We'll see what storms can do from there. But I think following this one is probably a no-go now. It's just, I don't think it's gonna do anything. If it does, it's moving a little bit more to the east, so I can always catch it back once I have a north option. So thanks for sticking around. If you like what you saw, make sure to subscribe and give it a like, and also give it a share. Shares are nice. Alright, we got a little bit of rain here. That's why we got the rainbow. And we got the sun. My goodness. Headed to my home, so right in Port Angeles. So knowing my luck, yeah, that's sounds about right. That's normally what happens. So towards the end of my storm chasing career, as I knew that I was, called to go to seminary and be a pastor, I started to develop a reputation of being called kryptonite. Wherever I went, no matter the potential, things would just dissolve. And yeah, I think you all saw it live today. I got to that storm and gave us a nice rainbow instead. And while I'm not home, there's the best looking storm of the day, coming out of the mountains into my home with massive lightning. Yep, sounds about right. I like these little small towns. It does remind me of the Midwest, just being able to just drive through all those little small towns, and yeah, it just reminds me of chasing. I used to love doing that. Except at these towns, this looks like Missouri, because all the trees, but they're small towns. Just drive right through. Please subscribe, like, and share. Allows me to get out and do more of that. The goal would be to get monetized. I think that it could have easily happened if I was streaming on YouTube years ago when YouTube first came out. That's when I was really live streaming. But anyways, if I'm gonna do it now, it's a little bit harder. I do have, if you guys are interested in following what else I do, I have a backpacking and hiking channel called Backcountry Renegade, and that's a nice little hobby I do. I get in the mountains. That's my little adrenaline rush these days, because I don't chase tornadoes very often. Turn up. Yep. My radar app, and so I'll show up on there, and then I have my. I think the thing today was basically not enough daytime heating. A little bit strong, and it just made them weaken. And then you had all these little garden showers. But that's really expected from Washington weather. You know, I really doubted we would have overshooting tops and stuff out here. You know, once you cross the Cascades, so I might get out there if there's a decent risk. All right, if you are in Tacoma, Seattle area, now looks like the time where all that other All right, sorry guys. Getting close. Alright guys, sorry about that. Lost data for a little while, but now that I'm on Audit 5, it's a little bit better. How's the stream look? Does it look okay? Let me know in the comments. Alright, I'm going to stop at my spot. There's a storm that's coming up. going back to my spot. This little southern storm is worth a shot to just see what it does. It's coming towards me, so I think that's the play. Last hurrah. I think that's our best shot. Man, my home is getting pummeled. Port Angeles. Alright, back at my spot. This is my observatory spot. St. Helens is covered in rain, so you can't see it. We're just going to sit here a little bit. If you're still with me, show you what we're looking at. Alright, so see this cell over here by Mossy Rock to my southeast? That's moving this way. Okay, so that's headed over to where I am, and it's looking a lot better. I'm just gonna sit here. We're just gonna let it hit us. So yeah, hopefully it'll get severe. So let me know what you guys think. You know, in the plains, usually when it gets darker, you get that low-level jet kick in, and it just enhances storms. What happens in Washington? I don't know. So we'll see. We're just gonna act like there's gonna be a low-level jet that we're gonna wait for. If it doesn't show up, then we'll just go north. But hey, we got a good view. We'll have some good lightning. Let me know what you guys think. I don't know of any other really good play here, but the lightning's going to be coming from over here. So be watching over here. We're going to see, then from there, we're going to start to see lightning intensify. So for you guys who were following me for the rainbows, probably not going to happen now that the sun's setting. So we'll go into rain and lightning mode. Yeah, Michael, you know, I think I'm there with you with the overhype. You know, it was the SPC that really overhyped it. A couple others that did, but you know, the ingredients were there. The models were showing things. It's just how it actually played out. It didn't happen. At least not yet. I think if it was going to happen, it would have happened earlier. So this cell coming out of Mossy Rock headed to me is, I think, our best bet. See if it'll organize. Looks like the lightning's getting a little stronger. That's always a good thing. I don't think a tornado is going to happen here. But you never know. You can get a little spin up out here with really any cell given the shear that's out here. Man, my home is getting pummeled. Special marine warning. A line extending from Nia Bay to Port Angeles. Wow. High winds. Yeah, Michael, I definitely think we still got lightning. Lightning's definitely still in play, and that's what I really was banking on, is more of the lightning, if anything. And so, anyways, I think that's why I'm staying here. Is I think we're about to get a lightning show. Yeah, Tim, I think the Portland area, your best shot really is to your best shot there is really to for lightning, maybe some small hail. I don't think tornado is in the running anymore. I'm pretty sure SPC probably also downgraded it to a 2%. I'd be actually shocked if they didn't. I'm gonna check real quick. Yeah, they downgraded it. So I just got hell at home. That's crazy. My wife, who did not chase, is getting hail at my house. And I got rainbow. Most of the lightning is over the Olympics. Yeah, that's where my house is. I live in Port Angeles, and that is where most of the lightning is right now. 10%, they went to 10% on the hail instead of 15. Wow, that storm in Port Angeles has some rotation. Oh my goodness, I'd be sick if that did anything. I'd be absolutely sick. my goodness, that's gonna go right over my house. Yeah, Michael. Once that storm leaves my house, it's headed right to Victoria. So yeah. Yeah, that lack of daytime heating, I think, really played a big role. It was it was there, but it was very short-lived. So I think it just wasn't strong enough. Man, there's a massive cell over my house right now. Ugh, I can't believe that. I think best bet right now is that stuff that was coming my way just kind of died. I think best bet is probably head towards, go north towards Tacoma as the rest of this rain comes up, and let's get a lightning show on the way up. I think that's the best bet. So I don't think we're gonna have much of a tornado risk, but we'll get some lightning on the way back. So if y'all want to stick around for the lightning show, and welcome to chat, I'll do that. Ed, you're welcome. Thanks for tagging along. Everyone, make sure to like and subscribe. I'll keep the stream going for a little bit longer, and we'll probably be getting some lightning. So stay tuned if you like lightning. If you like rainbows, you already got that. So make sure to like and subscribe if you want more lightning, maybe some hail. Then stick around, because we're gonna get some more rain, probably get some lightning, and if we're lucky, we'll get some hail. We're gonna head up towards back to Olympia, maybe to Tacoma from there. I'll probably head to Tacoma. That way we get the longer added Tacoma, that way we get the longer data coverage, because all along that area I have good data there, as opposed to going the other way. Data's not great. If I go to the Hood Canal via Shelton, data's horrible. So we go to Tacoma and get some lightning and rain. We already got the rain. Yeah, Seattle should probably get some good lightning. Definitely get some rain, get some good lightning. I feel bad for the chasers that flew in from Tornado Alley to chase this. I was telling my friend, or someone in the chat earlier, they asked if I was still living in Tornado Alley, if I would have drove out here, and I was like, no way. I'm chasing because I live out here. Sorry about the tire noise. It's a little much because they're snow tires. All right, so we're just driving north. We're gonna encounter some rain and lightning. Structure not much, but stick around. I'll be in the chat. I'll keep the stream going as long as I can. We'll just chase some lightning and chase this on the way up. Seattle looks like you're gonna get some good lightning if you're in Seattle, Tacoma, Everett. You'll have a good lightning storm. I think the best lightning storm was Port Angeles, where I live. That was the best. Some of my friends sent me some videos and a beautiful shelf cloud going over town. Unfortunately, I wasn't there. This area, my favorite burger in town was called Bev's Burgers. Absolutely love, best burger I've ever had in Washington. I think it's a little bit further down I-5, closer on your way to St. Helens. I just didn't go far enough. Lightning's picking up with some of these storms. There is a pretty nice storm coming out of Salem. What state do y'all think is going to have the most tornadoes this season? Put it in the comments. Let me know what state will have the most tornadoes this season or this year. Mississippi, that's a good estimation there, especially with Dixie Alley. Things ramping up. You know, you got two good chases coming up for Dixie Alley. Man, sorry my tires are so loud. that's cool. You got some good lightning and thunder. That's really what this system was gonna, in my opinion, really gonna produce. More so the rain, thunder, and lightning. Typical Washington kind of weather, unfortunately. The ingredients look good early on, but the issue is we didn't have enough daytime heating to really create enough instability to launch up those tops to puncture through that cap. And by the time it was good for like go time, they were still weak. They were just pulsating. chat. Feel free to ask any questions. I'll engage as I see them. And current plan is to drive back north towards Tacoma. I think severe and tornado potential is gone. So we're just going to see lightning, may get a little bit of hail. So stick around for that. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, kind of. The storms that are kind of east of I-5, they have the best chance for lightning. I've been streaming, so just tested everything yesterday, tried to get good settings, but probably still need to dial it in a bit. Yeah, Michael, I heard people flew in for this as well, and Nebraska still, there's no way I would have flown in for this. Terrain, limited data, limited roads. If it was like a moderate, maybe, but yeah, I wouldn't have, unless I was desperate. Yeah, the lightning flashes should start picking up here soon. Things might get a little bit more intense with the evening. This first cluster coming through Tacoma, probably it's just going to be a bunch of rain, but you have some more storms coming in the area soon following this, and that's going to be stronger for sure, at least for the lightning. That's probably about it. Maybe heavy rain and lightning. Yeah, so the tentative plan is to, in June, I've been invited to go preach at a church in Wyoming. So we're gonna play it by ear with the weather, when to fly in and stuff, and try to probably get some chasing in before. The nice thing is I don't have any work to do beforehand because I already have that sermon done and things prepared. So anyways, that would be nice because he has some flexibility to be able to go chase, so we might try to get into Tornado Alley depending on where the storms are. Obviously we couldn't get in too far, but you know, if we got something in Wyoming or even southeast Montana to South Dakota, Nebraska, maybe, you know, that'd be pretty cool. I love Wyoming, East Wyoming, and Western Nebraska. I've seen some of my best stuff in Western Nebraska. last time I was in Wyoming, I went through Yellowstone, and that was it was really cool. I basically just drove through and stopped at various stops. So I didn't spend a ton of time there, but I saw a lot of the cool sights. Walked through. It was very crowded compared to what I'm used to in the Olympic National Park, but it was good. What I didn't get to do was I didn't get to see Old Faithful because it was just too crowded. There wasn't even parking in the parking lot. So maybe try that next time if I'm in the area. The thing is that I'm gonna fly in. My Jeep is just probably not going to be able to handle a road trip like that right now. At least I don't want to risk it. And the main reason is for those who followed me a couple of years ago in Iowa, my transmission went out in the middle of a tornado and I couldn't move. So I don't want to risk that again. I'd rather fly and rent a car. This system definitely didn't live up to the hype. I think it was actually overhyped, to be honest. Yeah, there was a lot of things on the models that looked very promising, but you know, it's one thing to look at it on the models. It's another thing with the forecast, and I think one of the things that was maybe flawed was the timing of the low and the amount of daytime heating we would have, and I think those were maybe a little bit overestimated, and we just didn't get the timing right for those things today. So this is a typical Washington weather that we have. So I wasn't really coming out here with huge expectations. I saw lightning, I saw a rainbow, but hey, I haven't seen lightning in a while, so I'm okay with that. But the low did look very impressive, you know. Offshore it was negatively tilted, and that's something that you see in the plains for bigger days, and so that when you see that, you get excited. The thing is, it just was a bit slower coming on shore, and didn't time up with the amount of heating needed for the day to really get convection going a bit earlier on. Tends to get quite a bit of stuff. Or didn't they get that tornado a couple of years ago that went through that little shopping center? I remember I thought about chasing that day, and I was like, no, it's not too impressive. And the thing is, with that kind of low-level shear that day had, you know, it wasn't supercell development enough to even get a slight risk. But you just had enough low-level shear in a small small enough updraft to put down a quick tornado. I think it was like an EF1 at least, maybe EF2. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, EF2. Wow. Yeah, I was kicking myself. I didn't that day. The thing is, it just, I look at the forecast. It just didn't seem as impressive to me. It looked like there'd be showers, but you know, for that kind of risk, it's kind of like pick a shower and see which one has enough shear, and it's hit or miss. And they go so fast that day. It's just hard. Where this forecast was a little bit more isolated and bigger ingredients were there. The thing is, it just didn't come together. If there's enough interest for people wanting me to stream more in Washington area, you know, I do enjoy it. You know, if there was enough people that wanted to tune in for those things when there's events, I'm happy to do that when I can. Especially things close by like this, or even out in the coast, you know, trying to get some land spouts. I would like to build up the channel a bit more as to where I can, you know, actually make it worth my time to chase more, and to actually, when I do take chasecations, actually be monetized and make it worth it. So, but would need you guys' help, and it's been a while since I've chased, so I know there's not a lot out there who are familiar with me still. nice, Michael. Cool lightning happening. That's cool to know. Things are still happening, so you know the night's not over. If you like lightning, you know lightning's pretty rare for Washington, so I think it's a good thing. I'm coming up on some storms here in Tacoma. I'm gonna chase into Port Orchard area and a little bit north of that into Silverdale. So we'll hopefully get some more lightning. Like a lot of reports of wind gust as well, some strong winds associated with some of these storms, and that's that's kind of understandable given the outflow that these are going to do. So especially when you're in the city, Tacoma, Seattle, Everett, you're not used to these wind events coming from these little garden showers, but a little bit more to them. Glad you found the channel. Welcome. Hopefully we can have you aboard more often. Hopefully I can chase more often. But yeah, if you know, go and check out some of my older stuff. You know, I've been chasing since pretty much 2004. Seen over 100 tornadoes. I used to live in Nebraska and chased everything from Canada to Texas. But yeah, I'm a pastor now out in Washington, so I don't get out a lot anymore. I take chasecations every now and then to the plains, but yeah, it was a lot more that I chased, and back then I had definitely more of a following. Had the TRC crew. I was on TVN, and I think I broke the record on TVN for the amount of streamers in one day on the El Reno day. I know it like broke the system, but yeah, I just never built anything on YouTube. I was streaming on other platforms. Glad you're enjoying the ride. Glad everything's working out as far as the stream quality and sound. Again, it's not perfect, but you know, given how I haven't chased in years and getting back into technology, yeah, it was good to. you know, me and my buddy, we got caught in El Reno, and that had a impact on my desire of chasing after that. But yeah, we were the highest viewed stream on TV and weather that day. We streamed it pretty much up to the point where it hit us, but when we got hit, we were further in Oklahoma City, so we dropped a probe. I had a video probe, camera probe. We dropped it just outside of El Reno to the east. It took a direct hit, and after we dropped it, we were like, this is coming right at us, we just gotta bail. So we bailed into the city, and our escape route was south. Unfortunately, everyone and their dog was going south because on the news that day they said if you're not underground you won't survive, so drive south, and that created mass traffic jams. We got caught in the traffic with the tornado coming at us, but by that point, thankfully, the tornado got rain wrapped and really weakened by the time we got hit by it. When I do stream, TV and weather isn't a thing anymore, unfortunately. That was a really cool system, and unfortunately the popularity of storm chasing, that thing just exploded, and as a result they just couldn't keep up with it. All the servers and everything necessary to maintain all the streams, so they dropped it. It was a good thing. We helped them get started. When they started up, they asked us to be part of that, and it was cool. A really cool community with it, but you know, after they dropped off, that's when really live streaming on YouTube took off, and YouTube's definitely a bigger, more sustainable platform. I just never streamed on it much. I wish I did stream back in the day on that. You know, when I was monetized early on when it first was a thing. I didn't think it would ever develop into anything big. And now people are like making livings and paying for their whole chase season just by live streaming on YouTube. And it's just crazy to think of what it's become. And all these new chasers that are out there that have like 300,000 subscribers, and they weren't even a thing when I was chasing. So the platform is really cool to see how people can up and come and can, if they know what they're doing and they maintain a good stream, they can do well. Yeah, I was actually close to Moore when we got hit. I was just east of Moore when we got hit. By then it was an EF1, and we got hit by some shopping carts. But other than that, we were fine. That was an interesting stream. That was a crazy day. But after that, my aggressive style of getting right in front of it, dropping probes, trying to be the closest, get the best video, that kind of died down for me. I just felt like the things that I was doing wasn't worth it, given the amount always loved chasing. I love the hobby of doing it. I always love the weather and chasing, and I love streaming too, so I'll keep doing that. When it's bigger risk, I will dual stream on Severe Studios so that media can pick it up. And you know, that's back then. That's how we made the income. It wasn't by streaming and getting views and ad revenue like it is now on YouTube. Back then, it was all who could sell their video to the Weather Channel or news outlets, and so that's why I didn't stream on YouTube, is because I could stream on Severe Studios, and then they brokered my video while I chased, and it'd be cool to see it on the Weather Channel, and you know, it got sold to the Storm Chasers Discovery Channel. I had my video there, so it was cool. But you know, back then, if you were trying to make money in storm chasing, it wasn't live streaming. And once YouTube really took off, you know, that's when that became the main revenue source. You have people like what Brian All Y'all guy, you know, who's just a meteorologist who all he does is stream and talk about the forecast. He didn't even get out and chase much, but that's awesome, the amount of publicity and revenue he's able to make with YouTube. That just wasn't a thing when I was chasing. Day was pretty crazy. A lot of, you know, with Samaris and Carl Young passing away, they were the ones, you know, who preached safety. They were the safest ones. Yet they were doing the same things we were doing, as far as trying to put a probe in the path and get about a mile away. The thing is with El Reno, everything was off the charts and didn't behave normal, and that was just a shocking lesson for the whole storm chasing community. Made us see we're not in charge. We can think we can space and plan, but tornadoes can do weird things. Alright, Snow Wolf, thanks for joining. Glad you found it. Hope to see you again. Maybe make sure to subscribe, like, and yeah, also you know, put on your alerts, because I'll show up and I'll stream. But you know, the only way I'm going to keep doing it is if I know people want to watch and hop on when I stream. So yeah, subscribe and put on like a alert to be notified of those things, and I'll definitely do it more. I do enjoy it. It's a good hobby, and there's not a lot of people who chase out here in Washington. And I will get out in the Tornado Alley every now and then. Reports of big hail. I don't think the updrafts got big enough to do anything hail-wise. Could be wrong, but I haven't seen anything. If you guys see anything, let me know. Crossing over the Tacoma Narrows Bridge. It's always a cool sight. maybe get some lightning as we cross. Man, and to think that this was the bridge that you know, one time just swayed and swayed and then broke into the narrows. So let's hope it stays put right now. Wasn't that, you know, that tanker ship that was like in New Jersey or something that ran into that bridge? I always like, I look both ways now in the water to make sure there's no tanker coming this way. Yeah, there's my old storm chasing partner, Brian Onstead. Yep. I'll be hopefully tagging up with him in June. We'll be getting together for old time's sake. He's been known as the guy who follows Jeff around in his car to see where he's going to chase. We did that on our Wood Lake tornado, so if you want to see a cool tornado, me and Brian Onstead got, search Wood Lake Tornado 2010. Or was it 2011? I forgot. It was in Nebraska. Wood Lake, Nebraska, good old Cherry County. And yeah, Cherry County never fails. 2% day. Got an awesome tornado. We're the only ones on it. The late great Andy Gabrielson was on it, but he was a ways away. But we got to see it up close and personal. Tornado Genesis on that tornado was amazing. 2011. It was in August too. August 11th, I think. Cool, thanks, Michael. Yeah, you know, I don't know if stuff around here is going to be too enticing to watch for you, but you know, if we get some water spout potential, I'll definitely get out to the coast. And you know, I live right on the water too, so if we get some water spout potential, I'll stream it. And then I also want to get out and chase eastern Washington at some point, because there is sometimes risk out there, and that's kind of like a tornado alley out there. You can see for miles compared to this. But yeah, in June, hopefully we can get some good chase days in. I'm enjoying this chasing and streaming and chatting on the way back. It brings back memories when I was in Tornado Alley, and I'd do long chases, and then I'd have to drive all the way back home. And you know, the old TRC community, they kept me company, and yeah, we used to listen to music, but then that became you know, you're not allowed to stream it for copyright reasons. So. But yeah, it's good memories, good time's sake, and I'm enjoying the company. someone did once ask, do I bring that Brian Onstead in the wagon? He just tags along everywhere. It looks like he's following my icon. And yeah, he was just my chase partner. But sometimes I'd turn off my icon because I had a lot of people try to follow where I would go. And so I would turn off my icon and just wait until a tornado developed and then hop on and I'm there. And nowadays I don't really have that problem anymore because people don't remember who I am. A lot of people don't. So, you know, today I don't really care. I just put it on when I started chasing. Yeah, back in Nebraska, that was an issue. Especially the Pilger Day, man. I had people coming out and they met me at gas station because they followed my icon there. That was kind of crazy knowing that Pilger just happened right after they met up with me. And that was like a family. They like didn't even chase. But chasers used to do that too, more inexperienced chasers. So I just had to turn it off and turn it on when I'm finally on a tornado. But that was a long time ago. Now people aren't familiar anymore. They just follow these other YouTubers. I'm okay with that. But I would like to get into where I can get monetized again on YouTube and I can do more chasecations and actually treat it like a business expense because I know I'd be making money doing it. Nowadays, it's harder to sell video to media because everyone and their dog has, you know, 4K phones. So you get Farmer Bob out there, you know, who's out in the middle of the field, who lives there, and we travel like 10 hours just to get there, and he pulls out his phone and Weather Channel calls him and say, hey, can we have your video? We'll give you credit. And they're like, yeah, awesome. So they'll give them their video for free, and there goes our negotiation power of getting really good video. So yeah, YouTube being monetized is probably the best option. Lightning's kind of died down a little bit, but we're getting a little bit closer to some little bit stronger things. So there's still some potential for some lightning, so stick around. I should have data all the way up to Silverdale, so stick along for the ride. Just following this line as it continues up north. So we'll have things to watch, and stick around. We'll engage in conversation as well as we chase. Nice, Michael, you're still getting some lightning, that's cool. I haven't seen lightning in a little while, so I'm due. wherever it, that's where the main stronger storms were heading in that area. But that was going to be, yeah, like around this time, 7, 8 o'clock, and being in the city then, unless I lived there, it's cool and all, but I don't think I would have driven out there just to get lightning in the middle of Seattle. If I lived there, different story, but. I do miss the sound of rain like this. Heavier rain, like usually in Washington it's just ugly mist. Just enough to wet and keep you miserable. There's a cell by Snoqualmie Pass. I was just there 2 weeks ago, and that has rotation. That's your best shot of a tornado today. Snoqualmie Pass. Who would have thought? Out there is that's where you have the huge uplift with the mountains. So you got something that actually is worth producing a bigger updraft. And as you can see on that radar, Snoqualmie Pass, you actually have some purple, which means hail. I wouldn't be surprised if they put some kind of at least warning on that, at least severe. That's better than a special warning statement. That's the best thing so far today that I've seen on radar. And it's isolated, it's all by itself as far as any inflow. Lighting up, awesome. Yeah, that's definitely the bigger risk for today. This is a lightning storm. Be surprised if there was a spin up on that Arlington cell or that Snoqualmie Pass cell. About it, no spotters there, no chasers. No one's gonna know. And that was in the dark. needs to go tornado warrant. It's taking the flying eagle shape. And the flying eagle shape is reminiscence for about to produce a hook. It has rotation on it too. Storms going on, so if you're still stuck it out, there is still lightning here, so I'd like to see a loop of that storm that went through Snoqualmie, because that had the best rotation out of anything so far today. It had the best structure, and I'm pretty sure it probably dropped something no one knows about. Because no one saw it. out there watching, type something in the comment, let me know. If not, I think I might turn off the stream. I haven't heard anything in the chat lately. So sounds good. I'll leave the stream up for a while if you'd like. Probably get some lightning flashes here and there. And on as I drive and see some lightning. My data continues. I'm about to cross into the peninsula. Oh, there's some nice lightning. Was the largest tornado I ever saw, and where? That's El Reno. Yeah, El Reno 2013, I think. World's largest tornado ever recorded. 2.6 miles wide. Before that, I got one. Before that, we got like a 2 point, it was like a 2 point something, 2.1 in, we got one in Nebraska and then another in Iowa. The Iowa was a bit rain wrapped though, so I didn't really get to see it that well. big ones were the same day. I think they were both EF4s. They were really low ground scrubbers, really low LCLs, and so the clouds were just, basically the clouds were extra lower to the ground, so once the meso formed, the whole meso was pretty much on the ground. Favorite tornado? Tornado or tornado chase? You know, there's a lot of good ones. My favorite chase will probably always be 2010, June 17th, Minnesota outbreak. Man, that was tornado after tornado, wedge after wedge. That was excellent. Obviously, the Wood Lake one we did together, Brian, that's really high up there, probably second for me. And the reason is because that was just so rare. We were the only ones there, and it was just such a low-risk day for such an amazing tornado. And the RFD slot that created was unbelievable. And we were there from beginning to end. Also, the Bradshaw tornado in Nebraska. What was that? June 20th, 2000. I don't remember what year that was. The early 2000s, in 2011, was really peak storm chasing for me. That's before things got really crazy and crowded and popular. I remember going out there, you know, just outside of Lubbock, and it would just be me, maybe a Northwest weather spotter out there from National Weather Service, and then I'd run into Reed. And that was cool. It was just like, I'd get out there, there's another guy, an old timer, David Drummond. I'd run into him every now and then. But it just was there was not a lot of people back then who chased. And then it just, you know, after that Storm Chaser show on Discovery Channel went, it just exploded. The June 17th is, if I could chase, if you asked me, what's the one day of the year to chase? Like, if I could only pick one day, it'd be June 17th. I'd seen some of my best stuff that day. Multiple years. June 17th, or very close to it. I think Pilger was, what, June 16th maybe, or 14th? And then you had Coleridge right after that. So that was crazy. Yeah, somewhere along that time, June 7th, Aurora, Nebraska was June 17th, I believe. But yeah, lots of good stuff. But that was like a Hail Mary for me. I was working. I called in. I did a half day because it was a moderate risk. I drove from Omaha all the way up to Albert Lee. I wasn't anticipating going that far, but it was just crazy that day. Yeah, the nighttime tornadoes we had after Mapleton, man, that was unbelievable. The only thing I saw that rivals that nighttime was Coleridge tornadoes. Like, it was literally like the Coleridge tornadoes after dark. Like, I saw so many tornadoes. I usually don't do this, but I left because it was just too late. I was just like, man, I need to get home, and there's still tornadoes happening. And usually I don't leave when there's tornadoes happening, especially a storm moving that slow. But I had to leave, and I went home, and I just got too tired of chasing. But man, that Coleridge day, that was at nighttime, that was unbelievable. I just stayed there, tornado after tornado, all different shapes and sizes. But yeah, Mapleton, that was awesome. At night, just tornado after tornado, wedge, cone. That was really cool. This right here, I think, is the dumbest invention. It is a roundabout in the middle of the highway. But someone decided this was a great idea. Another tornado. Brian, were you with me on this one? The Missouri Valley one, where I went crazy because I was live on Channel 6 and with Jim Flowers, and then the stream went out. Looked like we got hit. That was crazy. I was so pissed that day. We had an amazing tornado and I got nothing because my stream died. It was right on our tail. I remember baseball-sized hail denting the car. We were the only ones on it too that day. That was a big day, and everyone chased south. And we were the only ones on Missouri Valley. My data might be hit or miss right now. I'm in the middle. Nice to have 4K camera cell phones back then, but yeah, that was an unfortunate day. Just sanctifying that day. The only other day that rivaled that was I went with Brandon Hammonds one day, and we were in South Dakota, and I was targeting the Alpena tornado. And he thought another cell would be better, so we went after the other cell, And when that died, we tried to blast back to Alpena, and we missed the entire thing. I was so pissed that day. I don't remember what's the first tornado. I don't even remember what it was that we saw. Yeah, Brandon drove over that power line and drug it for a while. That was crazy. I do miss chasing in Nebraska. You know, if I had to say, that was probably my favorite state to chase in. This last year, when all those tornadoes went through Omaha and Lincoln, man, I was just, it's crazy. I just lived there that whole time and drive thousands of miles to chase, and then it's all right there, and we're not there. I remember all that work building that dome camera for the top of the car, and having that motor and then putting a camera inside and putting the monitor in the car, and I was like, oh, that's high tech. And now I just put a 360-degree camera up on the roof, and it does way better, 4K or 8K, and it's ridiculous, the technology. Sold my Camera Pro to Brian, I think. I think he still has it. That's a piece of TRC history right there. Although I think my my dome camera is all gone. I think it's shattered. I sold it to someone, I don't remember who. It's another chaser. going to get more lightning this year? I think so. I think with this pattern of the La Nina that's taking root here, it's not going to be your typical, you know, tornado alley, just everything's there. I think now you have it a bit more spread out. You're going to have it a bit more in different areas. That's, you know, I think this is a hint of that, a taste of what's to come. It's going to be more Dixie Alley. I think you'll have still some tornado alley areas, but it's not going to be like a full season. I think it'll probably be a bit more, you know, down to May, June time frame. And when it does happen, I think, you know, it has potential to be strong. But it's not as widespread as like last year, where that just went on for a while. But I do think Eastern Washington will have some opportunities. I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, a slight risk out in Eastern Washington, 2% tornado risk. But yes, lightning is overall rare for the Pacific Northwest. The storms just, they don't get strong enough normally. You get garden showers, and you get a lot of those. And those usually aren't strong enough to produce lightning. Now, every now and then, you know, you will get some, like in the valley where I was, you get a little bit more opportunities for lightning. Just because of the orientation of the mountains and then that valley, you get a little bit extra lift there. And so when you do get a storm, they can become a little bit stronger than what you see in Seattle or like the Olympic Peninsula. So when I was camping in Mount St. Helens before I climbed it, there was a storm and it was a crazy lightning producer. And it was striking the mountain, and I was on top of the mountain camping, and that was just the loudest lightning I've ever heard. It was crazy, but I was like closer to it because I was higher up. Yeah, the Bay Area, you're not gonna get a lightning producer, at least thunder in Port Angeles, and that was heavy rain, and then just some lightning. Looks like a new little MD came out. Convective discussion, I guess they call it now. Summary: widespread convection embedded in weak thunderstorm activity lingers with the potential of severe weather. Unlikely to increase. Severe thunderstorm watch may be allowed to expire. Just talking about little clusters here and there. Get a little bit stronger with as far as just rain and lightning, but that's probably the biggest risk. about, there was definitely potential, and I think it showed up later in that Snoqualmie storm. That was a supercell. It had rotation. It probably even dropped a little tornado that no one was around to see because no one anticipated going in that area. But that was the only storm of the day that had any potential to do anything. And I think the reason was you just had extra lift up in the mountains there. And so it forced it up, and then it got to interact with the environment, and there was nothing to its south that was hindering its inflow. So it was able to use the cape available. But the thing about the rest of the day, you just didn't have enough heating to create enough instability and enough explosive updrafts to really become sustained to be those hail producers that were indicated, and also take advantage of the shear that was there. So because of that, I was there when it cleared up and you got sunlight, and that only lasted for maybe 2 hours, and that's just not enough time to really create supercell instability. It quickly got overcast, and then it cooled off, and it was just not enough instability. And another thing is that low just was a little bit more delayed coming onshore than it was anticipated. So the timing of the ingredients meshing up perfectly just didn't really happen enough, or soon enough in the time of the day to take advantage of the instability that was there. But, the models did show the potential, and that's why they, gave it the kind of risk they did. To be honest, looking at the forecast, I probably never would have gone 5% tornado risk. I think the hail was kind of sufficient, but 5%, I think they got a little excited because it did show, some of the hodos did look pretty decent with some cape. And then the tilted low there, negatively tilted low, got them excited. And those forecasters out here, they put the ingredients together with the environment of the updraft areas with the valley and the mountains, and if everything came together, it would have been good. But yeah, it just takes a lot more to get things together out here than you do have with out in Tornado Alley. You got a lot more margin of error that you can work with out there. Yeah, same thing with Eugene. Down there in Eugene, that didn't really get started either. Same thing. It was supposed to get started a little probably sooner down there, and it did. But the thing is, it didn't have enough instability to really make those updrafts explosive, and so they hit the cap and they just collapsed. But that was it. Started off, it looked good, but as it was happening, it just obviously couldn't happen because of that cap. It just squished them. But we didn't come empty-handed. We did get some lightning. We got some rainbows. So, yeah, can't get those every day in Washington. You might get rainbows a little more often, but not so much lightning. So lightning's a nice thing. When we got on that storm by Mortontown or whatever it's called, you know, we got some good potential with that with those things. As that storm was headed up, we got some good lightning strikes. Overall, you know, I'm happy I got out here. I got to test the stream. Everything worked well this time. Last time I streamed, you know, I had some issues, power issues, and different things. I think I got that all sorted out. You know, I have to eventually upgrade the camera. It's older. It worked out for the stream. It just doesn't record very good. But overall, I'm pretty satisfied with the equipment and the settings I used and the data. And you know, I don't have Starlink or anything, but maybe down the road, if I get the subscriber count up and people support it, maybe that's something I can do more chasecations. Car didn't break down, so I'm happy about that. Like a little bit of heavier rain here in Port Angeles area. About to probably see some lightning with it, so just look at that as it's coming. Lisa, you'll have to tune in another time. You know, if you watched the stream earlier on, I had Mount St. Helens on the stream. We were watching that and, you know, seeing the clouds develop around that. That was pretty cool. So, yeah, check the recording of the stream. I'll leave it up. But hopefully there'll be more opportunities. The thing about Washington is it's pretty diverse. the western area is very green, hilly, trees, mountainous, and then you have the eastern, which is just all dirt and flat and ugly, but it's more like Tornado Alley, more like Texas Panhandle. Maybe not as flat, but still you can see for miles out there. Make sure to subscribe if you're not already. Also like and you know, put on your all notifications so you can get notified if I do bring up some streams, and if there's enough people who are wanting to see more of it, maybe, you know, you get out a little bit more locally around here when we get some maybe look at some water spout potential. I live on the water, so I can get access to storms in the out there and at least view it. I actually think Tim, for this year, I think you're going to get far less tornadoes, but you're going to get also, the tornadoes that do happen will be a little more intense. I think that's going to be more because it's going to be more Dixie Alley. And in Dixie Alley, you get that really warm, moist air, and those can be very big, massive, strong tornadoes. And the terrain chasing there is horrible. But nevertheless, Tornado Alley will get their tornadoes. They always do. It just, I don't think it's going to be as much. You know, I've chased many seasons in Tornado Alley, and what this next season reminds me of is 2014. And 2014 had tornadoes, but it was more in Dixie Alley. And I literally chased almost everything in Tornado Alley. There was not much, but the one fews that were out there were pretty big. And that's just kind of the pattern you see when it transitions to a La Nina. It's just you still get tornadoes. It's just less, and when it does happen, it's more Dixie Alley, and they tend to be stronger. So you know, if you look at I-35 that goes up from Texas, Oklahoma to Nebraska area, most of the stuff I would envision would be a bit more on 35 or east of that. You'll still get some stuff out west. It's just going to be a bit not as often as you saw like previous seasons. This was a good test to, you know, have the road here on 101 on the Olympic Peninsula to see how data is, and from my experience, it seems like the data was pretty good. I think the stream went the whole time. Maybe a couple spots that were a little iffy, but it kept going for the whole time, so that I'm pretty pleased with that. So definitely now I have a better idea of where I can stream live video, knowing that there's enough data to do so. Through a little area there called Morse Creek, and yeah, data's a little bit more scarce there, so that was that's why it's kind of got a little off and on. This little mini car here, I don't know who would ever drive one of those. Man, this is a flying tornado. Alright guys, well I'm gonna close down here in a bit. I'm in Port Angeles, is where I live, so I'm gonna close down. Hopefully y'all had a good time. I enjoyed streaming and engaging with you guys. If you like what you saw, make sure to subscribe, give it a thumbs up, make sure to hit on the all notifications so you can get notified when I do pop up the stream again. It's I don't do it as often as other chasers, really, because I don't chase very often, but I would like to do more, and it is more encouraging knowing that there's people out there wanting to see it. So if that's the case, I'll definitely do more. But make sure to, you know, I have my little things down there in the description. My website's there. Have my Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. Go give those a likes and subscribe. And knowing that there's people watching, I'll probably be more active on that. And also, if you want to contribute to gas, there's my VENMO as well. That's always appreciated. But hopefully down the road can get some monetized, and by the time we get in Tornado Alley, it makes it all worth it. I'll probably do a little bit more Twitter stuff and looking at forecasts, and maybe even pop up a video discussion here and there, and do a couple streams around the area when there's maybe some thunderstorms and land spout, or not land spout, but water spout potential. I doubt we're going to see another, you know, slight risk like this out in the Pacific Northwest, but you never know. If so, we'll try to be on it. So appreciate all you guys tuning in. Thanks, Tim, for that feedback. I guess when my data goes down a bit, the first thing is the audio goes out a little bit. So that's good to know that the video's still going. But yeah, maybe I need to lower the audio settings a bit so it doesn't cut out. So I'm gonna go ahead and sign out. For everybody who was watching, tuned in, thanks a bunch. Enjoyed it. Sorry it wasn't a supercell tornado day, but hey, we got lightning, we got rainbows, we got rain, and yeah, hopefully more to come down the road. And yeah, stay tuned in June when me and Brian will be getting together. I'll be planning on taking my streaming stuff, and we'll hopefully get in some good chases, Wyoming, maybe Montana, Nebraska, whatever potential is there when I go out there to preach. We'll hopefully try to be on it. Hopefully it's not in Iowa and all that, but it should be good. So looking forward to more streaming. In the meantime, if you'd like to follow along on my other videos, my other YouTube, I'm a backcountry renegade, hiking and backpacking here in the Pacific Northwest. So it's mainly just gear reviews and camping and hikes. Don't really do live stream on there, but never know. So anyways, thanks everyone for tuning in. Really appreciate it, and stay tuned.